face has graced these lands. My mother's rebellion secured this throne, and I have...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for the next session of the Crimson Court. We already rolled our intro, so let's go ahead and dive right in. Just as a quick heads up, Kayla, while Kaylin is down there, Kayla is going to be late to this session, about halfway through. She's seeing the musical Waitress right now. So she'll show up at about 10 o'clock Eastern time, so about 2 hours into the session. So just as a heads up for that. In the meantime, I will be portraying Caitlin if it is necessary that she interjects based off of information or knowledge that she would know that would be directly applicable to what everybody's doing. So let's go ahead and dive in. As a quick refresher before we start, every session, Ryan will be doing the summary. Ryan is going to summarize session 1 here in a second, but just as a quick reminder, I wanted to touch on a few key points from the session point 5, the prologue of the Crimson Court campaign. The prologue was divided up into 2 halves for each player character below me. The first half was their choosing ceremony. It was a ritual that every single child in Adaria goes through, where they are given an item, or they're made to choose between 3 items in front of them at ages between 3 and 12, typically. So in each choosing ceremony, these were the items that were chosen. Edwin chose a wooden dove, smooth and simple, carved with care. Xanthe chose a training sword, a dagger-sized blade of dulled steel with an emerald hilt. Kaylin had 2 choosing ceremonies. The first one, very strange, very odd, taking place within the Serpent's Grove. And ethereal. It didn't feel real, just like a dream, where she was given a choice between 3 items and chose a small dragon's skull. And to this day, she hasn't been able to find it. In her normal choosing ceremony that she had done with Talon and the rest of her siblings present, aside from Via and Edwin, she chose a letter opener made from dragon bone, dusted with emeralds. Merrick, during his choosing ceremony, chose a compass, and Via chose a sort of cog fidget toy. That's what they chose during their choosing ceremonies. And the second half of the prologue was going through a day in the life of their adult life before Talon finally called them back home. Whether that was Edwin healing the wounded in the Nornathi lands, or whether it was Xanthe tending to the duties of the execution and planning of various birthdays. Whether it was Kaylin working within the apothecary in the Reaches trying to help the sick. Merrick doing his due diligence as the sort of one of the chief falconers within the Roost of Crown's Rest. And finally, Via serving as an assistant to the Archmage. Each one of them told their jobs were to be put on hold as they needed to report to the council chambers that next day, or for Via, that day, in order to have a meeting with the family, because something very important is about to happen. That was the prologue. Brian, take it away. What happened in session 1? I kind of forget. So long ago.
It was so long ago. All right, session 1, the King's Hand. The heirs all arrive to the council chambers. Edwin arrives last and offers out gifts to all of his siblings, who he has not seen in some time, doing his best to cut through the tension of the family's first meeting in quite some time. Eventually, King Talon and Lord Gareth arrive, ready to start the meeting. Talon greets all of his children warmly, though acknowledges that he can sense the tension between all of them. He opens up by asking about the King's Hand, explaining that the hand allows the king to be in 2 places at once, to strike down threats but also to heal wounds. They are an extension of the king's power and presence. Talon informs the children that the 5 of them will now be serving as the hand. This seems to be in place so Talon can see how his children lead and potentially will rule. The first task given to the heirs is to learn who is the true owner of Rosemont, as there are many disagreements amongst the residents, resulting in violence and deaths. The group is given some money for provisions to supply up before leaving the same day. Edwin stays behind and speaks with Talon about his relationship with the throne. The heirs all leave after this, heading to the market in order to buy supplies for the journey. While basic supplies are purchased, Xanthe and Kaelin also gain information on the area they're heading to. The heirs meet at the gate and rendezvous with their uncle Rainier, who is excited to see them. On the journey, Xanthe speaks to Rainier, opening up about wanting to know what flaws or weaknesses she has to prevent her from being named heir. Rainier, however, is sworn to secrecy, but on further insistence, he does tell Xanthe that he also had concerns about her specifically. Xanthe immediately left afterwards. Later, upon a night of hunting, the heirs and Rainier come across a building that was not on their map. Rainier goes up to investigate, but while he does this, the heirs are attacked in an ambush.
And that is right where we are going to pick up. As these acolytes, these cultists rush out of the woods, 4 of them, flanked by 2 ambush drakes, these large Komodo dragon-like creatures, but there's no denying it. Between the scales, the 4 legs, the large imposing maws, the sharp double-rowed teeth, these are dragons of some kind. Wingless, but they are dragons. And thanks to Edwin and Kaelin seeing them before they were able to get the jump on you, there is not a surprise round. But what I would like for everyone to do is roll for initiative.
Woo!
Woo!
First initiative of the campaign.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Public roll for Kaelin for initiative. I'll go ahead and run Kaelin during combat also.
Oh, it's so good to hear Witcher music again.
That's, you gotta...
Did not come.
It's so good. Oh, I missed it.
Came through on the
Uh,
forge.
Yep,
Yeah,
it
you
came
got a
through for
15.
me. Yep.
Why don't I get to see it?
Oh, it's really
I don't-
Crazy.
I don't know, it's pretty cool looking. You should see it.
Well,
Oh, by the
y'all
way,
got it.
totally something you guys should do not during combat, but I did install a whole bunch of new modules in Foundry for new textures and a whole bunch of new stuff to crazy custize your dice.
Well, I'm happy with my.
I actually did that before the game tonight.
Oh, but yeah, there you go.
Thanks for letting the rst of us know, John.
Alrighty, so
Get with
here
it.
we go.
That's
Round
Kaelin's first.
start.
His
Let's-
roll-
How you know
his
Joe's
Joe
rolling
roll.
for it.
There you go.
What did I roll for Kaelin, actually?
A 20.
A natural 20.
No, 19.
Okay.
Close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Habits, Joe, you know.
I roll way more dice than you guys anyway, so the odds are in my favor. Kaelin is going to sort of looking around. You can see her as the creatures approach and the acolytes start to run from the forest. You can see that her eyes start to dart around, almost looking into the shadows of the forest, looking for some type of direction, some type of advice. And she does see something, it seems. And I'm not going to describe what her spells look like. I'm going to save that for Kayla for the next combat encounter she is in. So what she is going to go ahead and do is move diagonally here, 5, 10, 15. Okay, there's 15. She's going to move next to Via. And
Joe, real quick. I think
yeah.
the stream overlay is not showing the
Oh,
combat.
shit, my bad. There we go. There we go. And then for this part, since we are in combat, I will hide the chat box. Okay, there we go.
There it is.
All right. Okay, so she is going to run there, and as she is like here, she is going to raise up her hand, and she is going to go ahead and cast Eldritch Blast.
Saying it just like that.
Eldritch Blast.
Ooh, nice.
All right, that is going to be a 17. 22 total. Go ahead and roll the damage here. For 3 points of force damage. Woo, level 1. Let's go, baby. Okay. All right, so she's going to end her turn there right next to Via. And that is going to go ahead and be her turn. The Acolyte. This Acolyte right here is going to go ahead and move up to Merrick. And oh, wait a minute. Get out of here. I actually wanted to read that. There we go. Yeah, they're gonna run up, and Merrick, they're gonna attempt to take this like large sort of like cudgel and slam it down towards your head. Attack.
All right.
That is gonna be a 13 to hit.
That's a miss.
Miss. All right. Nothing else. That's the end of his turn. Merrick, it is your turn.
Okay, so he had his gun prepared to like shoot, but seeing them approaching, he kind of switches it to holding it two-handed, preparing it more for like melee combat.
Mm-hmm.
And since this guy's right on top of him, Merrick's going to use Favored Enemy to cast Hunter's Mark without using a spell slot onto the guy that just tried to attack him. So he will mark him for that as a bonus action. And then he will attempt to stab him with the blade at the end of his rifle.
Got it. Roll for an attack.
22.
That'll hit. Roll your damage.
So roll for the blade. Oh, yes. And roll for the Hunter's Mark. Oh my gosh.
Whoa!
15 to max damage on that.
All right. With 15 points of damage, Merrick, as this guy runs forward, this is a very intense moment for you in particular. As tell me, Merrick, in this moment, thinking about what he's gone through, has Merrick ever taken a life before?
Merrick has never killed before, no.
All right. Merrick, as he's running towards you, he brings the cudgel down, you dodge out of the way, and you see an opening. You could end his life right now. So, what does that look like, and how does Merrick react?
I think Merrick has been in fights before, but nothing where the intent seems to be to kill, which he's under the impression that that's what this is since they attacked more or less unprovoked. And so I think it's almost kind of just reactionary of striking back out to where when this cudgel kind of swings down at him, he uses the rifle to kind of bash it away, and in the same instant, almost using it like a spear, he just jabs it straight into the chest of the guy, like right through the heart. Because of his Hunter's Mark, he kind of knows where to stab for more lethal damage.
Yeah.
And after just stabbing it as deep as it can go, he would just rip it back out and just watch him fall.
Yeah.
And just linger for a moment.
As you do, you stab it into him. I mean, it is not heroic. This is somebody wearing cloth. They are wearing just robes and a hood and a wooden like mask, a stone and wooden cudgel braced with leather. As you can see, they miss the swing. You stab them in the chest. They let out this gurgle of blood as into their lungs, all of that blood in their chest just begins to pour as they just and they just fall limp to the ground. You pull back the gun and you freeze for just a moment, as this does not feel like the stories you were told about great heroes fighting evil. It feels dirty. All right. That it, Merrick? Or do you want to move at all?
I think strategy-wise, normally I would move, but I think because he's so caught up in himself, I think Merrick's just going to kind of freeze for a second. So I'm going to say he's going to forfeit his movement.
Okay, sounds good. Merrick, at the that ends your turn. We now move to the next acolyte here, who is going to run up to Via. And Via, they're going to go ahead and make a club attack against you.
Not our wizard.
Yeah.
Okay, that is going to be a 19 to hit.
Oh, I don't
Not even
shield.
close.
I don't think shield will even. Is that +5?
+5, yeah.
11 +5. Wait, that's
16.
yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Luckily, we're looking at a D4 +0, so that's going to be 1 point of damage, Via.
Boink.
Thank God. I was like, I'm dead, guys. Bye. Nice knowing you. I was like, if I get hit, I'm down. Okay, cool. Via's screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Via, you don't even duck. You maybe try and cast shield, obviously without expending the resource, but you are shaking
Yeah.
right now. I mean, it's so hard to find the focus for the spells.
Yeah.
All right. Then we come to the ambush drake here. It is going to sort of lunge forward, jumping down towards Merrick, having been the individual that just struck one of the cultists dead. And Merrick, the ambush drake, is going to lunge towards you. And it is going to go ahead and go for a bite. Okay, that's going to be a 21 to hit.
Wow, that's a
Damn.
hit.
Yeah.
21 at level 1. Jeez.
Crazy.
Yep. And that is going to be 7 points of damage, Merrick.
What?
Yeah. As it sort of runs towards you.
Got hit for 1.
As it runs towards
kidding,
you, I
I'm
mean,
kidding.
it is so incredibly fast. It leaping off of the rooftop. You see it lunges towards you, and you're just barely able to slide out of the way from it, having it like tackle you to the ground. But as it lunges towards you, you can see those sharp, like double-rowed teeth. They sort of grip onto your arm and tear as you rip away, and the blood just begins to pour. I mean, it is a searing, hot, intense pain. You've been hit with dulled steel or bludgeoning weapons in the knight's tourneys, knocked on your ass, but this creature is trying to kill you. And that like stunned, like frozen in place feeling just begins to set in even more. I mean, Via, especially for you, looking to Merrick and seeing just blood begin to pour out of his forearm, it's even worse.
Make a concentration check real quick.
Yep. DC 10, right?
Yep, Hunter's Mark is still up.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll see if I am, but Hunter's Mark is still up.
Okay, this acolyte over here is going to let's see. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, sorry. For some reason, it didn't import the spells from D&D Beyond onto the acolytes. So let me I just want to make sure that it's the same thing.
It is.
Xanthe, this acolyte is going to cast Sacred Flame on you. I just want to make sure Sacred Flame works the same. Sacred. Dude, I spelled sacred so fucking wrong right there. There you go. Sacred Flame. Yep, Xanthe, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Don't worry, I'm so good at these. 6.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is gonna be a failure, and that is going to be 4 points of radiant damage.
Well, this is
Bitch,
like
okay,
the start of
radiant,
all
even though
this
it's cold
snake
flame, but you are.
Yeah. You can hear. Let's see, Edwin, in the heat of battle here with your passive perception, and Merrick, your passive perception as well, both of them being 14, you hear this individual whisper under their breath, just in the heat of battle as you're trying to dodge blows or you're recovering from wounds. You just barely hear him say under his breath, "The heirs?" Confused. Via, it is your turn.
Yeah. I don't know why it says everybody's unharmed except for this guy up here. Weird.
No, interesting.
Oh, that's weird. It might not, just because of one.
Merrick is harmed, very harmed.
I know, yeah.
Real quick, what's Merrick at right now?
He's at 5 out of 12.
Woo!
And I'm at 7 out of 8.
Okay, I'll change both those. There you go.
Yeah, Via's just like screaming. But I think maybe in this moment she would. I think would make sense if she, instead of like conjuring something that she studied from her bracelet, from her spell book, she actually uses her air genasi feature, and she's gonna cast levitate on this acolyte that was almost killed Merrick. Just like almost like a gut reaction, like get away from my brother kind of thing. So,
Okay, on the ambush strike?
Yeah, sorry, I guess that's not an acolyte, is it? Yeah, or whatever these things are.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
these are the guys with the masks are the acolytes. These are like Komodo dragons.
Yeah, the Komodo dragon thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Cast levitate on that. So here, I'll use it and display in.
Okay, Constitution saving
Down
throw.
Oh, there, they both went. So yeah, if they fail.
Rises vertically up to 20 feet.
It's a second level, but it's a air genasi thing. So
Yeah. Okay, all right. So Constitution saving throw. That is gonna be a +2. Your DC is 12. Oh, because it's based off of your Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is going to be an 11, so that will be a failure. It will begin to levitate.
Nice. It can't move unless it like can grip onto something. So if there's maybe trees, it can maybe move through the trees, but otherwise it's stuck in the air. So
Okay.
and I think she would have, I don't know. Joe, do you think she'd have basic knowledge to not run away from an enemy right next to her, or do you think she would? Because otherwise she might run.
Well,
I don't
real
know
quick,
if she
before
was
we get to that, what does it
Oh, yeah.
look like when she casts levitate on the ambush strike?
Oh, right. Since it's an air genasi thing, I think, so everyone here has seen her mom, and her mom has like that ever-shifting, like smoke kind of skin. So I think that it will, almost like the air will kind of like lift up her hair, and her little markings will start to like move and shift as she casts a gust of wind that actually floats down underneath it, swirls around, and pushes the drake up into the air.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so all of you witnessed the drake just whooshed up into the air as it's like trying to grip at the trees, like biting at branches that are snapping off as it's slowly beginning to levitate and rise. And then Via, for you, I will have you make, let's just say a charisma saving throw. This is your opportunity to stay cool and stay collected and think about what you maybe would have read about battle strategy and fighting and in the history classes you would have had to have taken. We'll say 13 is the
8.
DC.
It would. I
Okay.
got an 8.
8, yeah. So you panic and you just don't know. You just want to get away.
All right. She will run. I don't want to go off the map.
Yeah.
I'll just have her. She probably thinks she should stay near her siblings. Maybe right here.
Okay. All right. So Via, as you move, it is going to make another club attack.
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Let's go, Via. You hang in there. Let's hang in there, girl. We love them ones.
Yeah.
All right, and she will cower over there.
You just duck instinctively and start running, and it swings wide and just barely grazes the top of your head. You can feel it pick up the hairs and kind of move some of them off to the side.
She's screaming. She's clutching her head. It's very sad.
Yeah. All right. Edwin, it is your turn. What do you want to do?
Yeah. So Edwin sees Merrick lock up, then hears the screams from Via, turns around, then hears the guy say the heirs, and he's going to first put up his hands and say, "Everyone, let's calm down. Listen, I understand that we have accidentally come across your territory and home. We will immediately leave if you will stow your weapons and back up. Please, for the sake of your lives and your homes, do not make this worse." If that doesn't work, I'm going to cast a spell, but...
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was thinking, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see the three individuals that you can see. I mean, one you can just barely see peeking out around the stone. It doesn't seem like they have any intention to back down. It seems like there may be some shock and some surprise, but it seems like this is something that is positive, not negative for them. Just surprising.
Okay. So Edwin is going to whisper to Xanthe then, "Didn't work," and then he's going to look to Merrick and he's going to pull out of his pocket a shard of like a mirror almost, and in the mirror he's going to shine it towards Merrick, and as he does with his other hand he's going to start casting an incantation, and as he releases his hands a shield or a sanctuary is going to cast around Merrick. I'm casting sanctuary on Merrick. Which it works the exact same as it did in 2020 or 2014. So as long as you don't attack Merrick and things attack you, they need to make wisdom saves. If they fail, they have to choose another target or lose their attack. I would like to use half of my movement, or all of it, honestly. As Sanctuary's cast, he puts the glass away. He's gonna grab Merrick, and he's just gonna whisper, "It's okay, we'll get through this." And he's gonna push Merrick behind him and take his shield out and stand in front of Merrick.
Okay.
If that's okay. So I'd like to put like Merrick like here and trade places with them.
Yeah, that's fine. If Merrick allows that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the injury, he's just not really standing on pride right now.
Okay, all right. You get shifted around.
That's his turn.
Okay. Sounds good. Xanthe, it is now your turn.
Imagine coming from like an immediate like sigh from what Edwin said to her. She will follow it up immediately. With just saying, "Attacking against the heirs is an act of treason and shall be punished as such." And is going to move up to this little guy up here that I was attacking Via.
Okay.
And is just going to basically just swing her trident, like passing it like behind her back and take a little step stab.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gemma, no.
Prophecy.
I knew.
Some things never
I
change.
knew as soon as you.
Wait. How does silvery barbs work?
You have to do it in response to an enemy doing something, and then you give
And
someone
then you get
advantage. So if you could cast it on Gemma to make her roll again and see if she rolls less than 1, but I wouldn't recommend it.
It's all good. I'll figure out how to be a wizard someday.
So I do nothing. Woo!
That was such a epic line.
You looked
too.
really cool though.
You looked awesome.
You can see Xanthe as you move forward and approach, and you thrust forward with the trident. I mean, it is perfect form. but sadly, it's just a little too perfect. You've been training with Blade Master Alexi and the various, royal retinue of the royal guard, but you're fighting with people who, to your perspective, fight like savages. I mean, like monsters, beasts. They cower, they move, they dart, not erratically. And so as you place this perfect strike, it misses because this thing doesn't stand and fight. It cowers. Next time you'll be sure not to miss.
Bet.
All right. With that, ambush drake. It is going to sort of look around for a moment, and it is going to, it's going to jump down here to Edwin, being the closest one. And Edwin, it's going to go ahead and make a bite attack against you now. Actually,
Yep.
it's going to, it's going to make a bite attack. Yeah. Bite. Okay, that is going to be a 17 to hit.
Miss.
Damn. All right. Nice. So yeah, as it
shield
goes to bite you, you just parry it with the shield, knocking the ambush drake's maw to the side as it's unable to make contact. All right, then we have this acolyte here, who is going to move forward 5 feet, and you see they're going to raise their hand, and you can see this. They have this sort of like wand that they pull out from their sleeve, and they sort of flick their wrist, and there are these sparks that begin to fly out of red and of black. And as they do, they sort of zip around erratically, and it is going to hit both of the ambush drakes and the acolyte that is right, let's see, that is right here by Xanthe, as this acolyte is going to go ahead and cast Bless. Concentrating. And then they are blessed. Can I get a little blessed symbol? We'll give it the little blood drop. All right. And blessed. Okay. All right. Then it is going to move back over here, out of line of sight. And with that, we actually go to Rainier's turn. As all of you hear some type of muffled fighting coming from within inside that ruined building, and you hear shouting initially, and then you see there is this bolt that flies up out of the ruins, and you can see that bolt detonates in this sort of like explosion of like lightning and fire, causing this like firework almost. As all of you sort of look up into the sky, there's this flash of light that you have to kind of cover your eyes from. And in the distance, you can hear horses begin to whinny and soldiers begin to move. Oh, what happened?
So Discord like put her in nap spot, but I pulled her back, but her camera's off now.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
because she was inactive. No. Gemma, could you
Wait,
turn?
I just-
Yeah, could you turn yours on real quick?
Yep.
Nice.
Hold on as we fix technical difficulties. Please bear with us.
And then where can I?
Duke,
Here we go.
Uncle is alive, all right, dude? Did you not see the firework?
Yeah, people don't set
Okay.
a fireworks.
There we go.
Yeah, only our uncle
Um,
knows how to use fireworks.
Then you can hear after the explosion happens above, you can hear this mighty crack, and then a second one, and then a third blow, and you can hear individuals just falling limp. Those same gurgling noises that you heard, Merrick, You hear them one after the other coming from within inside the ruin. However, no eyes on Rainier yet. Kaylin's turn. Kaylin is going to just back up a little bit, and she cannot see the one concentrating, and she can't move unless she moves past the Drakes. She's not going to do that. So she's going to cast Eldritch Blast on the Drake that is flying.
Levitating.
Levitating, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast. That's a 21 to hit. And
Goddamn.
6 points of damage. Ah, there we go. All right. Acolyte. This one is dead, so I'm going to go ahead and remove him from the turn order. Merrick, it is now your turn.
Okay, knowing how dangerous these Drakes are from first-hand experience, Merrick is going to run around to flank it with Edwin. He will transfer over his Hunter's Mark, and he's gonna make an attack at it.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and roll for an attack.
All right, it's a 23.
That'll hit.
Sanctuary breaks.
Yep. Oof. Nah. Well, you did well the first time, Hunter's Mark, but that'll be
damage.
9 points of damage.
Got it. You sort of
Decent for level 1 still.
you stab into it with the bayonet attached to the rifle, and you can hear the Drake sort of cry out in pain as it flicks its head away from Edwin back towards you. All right, that it?
That's it.
Okay, Acolyte right here next to Xanthe. It is going to go ahead and cast Sacred Flame on you, Xanthe, just because it's not going to attempt to swing at you. You've got armor. So go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw.
Let's go.
Okay, and then that is going to go ahead and be 5
sorry,
points
Xanthe.
of radiant damage.
Sorry, was that?
5 points of radiant damage.
I thought you said 9 for a second. I couldn't. I was
Ooh,
like,
no.
what?
Only a D8. Only a D8.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I swear it wasn't anything higher.
Are these guys level 5? Joe, what the fuck?
If you don't like the campaign, just say it.
I told you the campaign was going to start with the heirs dying, and then you guys would play farmers that hear about the Civil War, and then, you
Wait, no,
know.
I want to be a cultist.
you guys join the
Yeah.
cult.
I want the guys who
Yay.
beat us to win, because then it makes sense for why we lost.
All right. Okay. That's the end of that Acolyte's turn. Ambush Drake that is currently trying to claw at the trees. We're going to have it make a dexterity saving throw. See if it can grab onto some branches here. Your DC was 12 on that. So that is a failure. So as of right now, it's just not able to grab onto anything, and it's just going to stay levitating there. Acolyte here is levitate a concentration spell, Via?
It sure is.
Okay. This Acolyte also pulls out a wand, seemingly able to recognize the concentration and spell casting. Haven't seen you done it. And it's going to cast Sacred Flame on you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
How's a 13?
Let me see what their DC is. That is rolls in favor. Yeah. So Swinger. Yeah. Okay. That is just a success with a 13.
Yay!
And that is save or suck, so that is no damage.
Hey, Via! Woo! Go, girl! Okay.
With that, Via, it is your turn.
Poor girl. I don't know if she knows what to...
Real quick, before you act off of potential instinct here, make another charisma saving throw. See if you can Via can kind of find her cool
That's a good, yeah.
And then,
'cause
maybe Felicity
not
can act
cool.
more tactically.
Okay. 18.
18, yeah. In this moment, Via takes a couple of deep breaths and recalls some information that she read about that may be applicable in this situation. Felicity, you can act more strategically if you'd like.
Beautiful. All right. Let's see here. I think she'll. So she has ranged stuff. If this guy is right here, is 5 feet. Is that too close for a ranged
Nope.
attack? Okay.
Yep, you just have to be right next to it. Unless that
Right.
creature had like a 10-foot range on its bite attack, then yeah, but nope, it does not.
Okay. Yeah, she's going to cast Ray of Sickness on this one. So, cast. Oh, she did good.
20 to
She
hit,
did
6 points of
good.
poison damage. All right.
Yeah, Wisp, get him.
Via, with this, as you cast a spell from your wizard spell book, or from your wizard levels, what does that look like?
So she, after like calming down for a second, she's got some tears falling. She's going to look down at her bracelet and remember what she was talking about with Poppy and Isidore, many long nights together. And she's going to shuffle through and actually slide over that Ray of Sickness that she just practiced with Kaylin. And mostly out of just fear of losing her siblings, she's going to like use that like kind of fiery rage that Kaylin talked about. And as she like hovers over the gem that is for Ray of Sickness, there's going to be like this glow almost where it like starts to come up, and she then uses that magic from the stone and warps it and then casts it out.
Okay, hell yeah. As you, as the stone does begin to glow and the spell emanates, you having to keep that arcane form using that spellcasting focus, so keeping her hand together in that sort of three-finger formation.
Yeah, the three-finger format.
The Ray of Sickness, it emanates and slams into the side of this ambush drake, just rotting away part of the scales, and you can see that sort of sickness begin to form as it melts away the flesh. And you can see this large gaping wound on the side that's just bleeding and pulsing with pus and decay from that Ray of Sickness. The ambush drake is not looking very good.
Nice. That's all I
Which
got.
one? Which one?
One right in front of you,
between
Edwin.
and Merrick.
Okay.
All
Does
right.
the little, I assume, droplet icon mean that they're bloodied?
That means they are blessed. The blood dripping is bloody.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. With that, Edwin, it's your turn.
Well, he couldn't persuade anyone to stop fighting. He will say, "Good job, Via," and he's going to, after reassurance, he's going to look towards the drake in front, and he's going to whisper to himself, "I'm sorry, I have to do this," and he's going to pull out a bell that does not have, I don't know what the dangly thing in the middle is called, but it doesn't have one. But he starts to almost ring it like it does, and as he does, he starts to mutter words under his breath, and he's going to cast Toll the Dead.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
And that bell becomes very much audible.
The bell tolls for thee.
All right. Constitution saving throw.
Wisdom.
Wimbum. Uh-oh.
And because it's taking damage, it takes a d12 of necrotic.
Ooh, and your DC is...
Probably shit. 12.
Oh, yeah, that is a success, sadly, so that is no damage.
It doesn't affect it, and he goes, "Come on."
Keeps ringing it. This has worked before. All right.
Yeah, he's just gonna go, "Xanthe, how's it going?" And that's his turn. He got nothing.
With that, Xanthe, it's your turn.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna use second wind real quick. I don't want to die. Cool. My dice.
I don't want to die.
I want to
Rolled
die.
a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 in the past 4 rolls.
It's statistically every time you roll, it's gonna go up.
Theoretically, that's correct.
Please.
Hey!
Hey, 30-20 is a hit.
Statistics is a real class.
Xanthe.
Huh. So yeah,
Just try to can do.
getting a bit more composure back. She ain't fucking missing this time. And she ain't fucking missing.
Whoa.
12 points.
Xanthe, it is dead. What does it look like? For one, what is Xanthe's composure when she takes this acolyte's life? And how does she do it?
I mean, I imagine a lot of her fighting stances has that more kind of like that regal style to it, and so her composure is still kind of set in that very like, you know, straight backed, very like decisive actions. And so as she's doing that, she was going to just like make like a general like body shot, you know, as you're meant to do. But with this, she's just gonna straight up just grab the trident and just like stick it straight through its throat. And kind of like in that motion be pushing it down to the ground. And I think definitely keeping that kind of stone face to her, like especially seeing all the shit going down, she's not going to be part of the people that are freaking out right now. She refuses to be. And so she's just going to do that. There's only the slightest tremble to her. And then she's just going to boot on this guy's chest, pull her trident out, and then turn back to where everything else is happening.
Yeah. Xanthe, as you do stab into the throat and sort of bring the acolyte down to the ground, you can see that they are like, and like grabbing on the, trying to grab at the other sides of the trident that are just like barely cutting into the side of their throat, trying to like pull them away or pull the trident out, and like grasping at the haft of the trident and just as those last sort of gurgles, pulses of blood emanate and wet the tips of the trident as you pull it out, boot on its chest as it just falls down and ceases to breathe. All right.
And she will also just after that impose herself between this one and the rest of the party.
Okay, sounds good. Ambush Drake. Yeah, Edwin, your ringing did not grab its attention, so it is going straight for Merrick.
Can I persuade it not to?
Do you speak Draconic? No. Okay, all right.
No.
All right, here we go, Merrick. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
That's a hit.
All right, well,
Wait, silvery barbs? Can I do that now?
Now
that
you
is a
can.
reaction. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep you alive, Dingleberry.
Who you giving advantage to?
I think Kaylin goes next, so I'll give Kaylin advantage. So hopefully she can kill it.
Sounds good. All right, that is going to be a 13 on the second one.
That's a miss.
There we go. All right. Via, what does silvery barbs look like?
Yeah, so also as she sees the Drake getting ready to wind up, she's going to quickly, I'm riding that 18 that she got to keep her composure. She's like, the fear of losing Merrick, her heart's racing. She's going to like quickly like shift her bracelet. And this is like where her training actually, when she was good in school, she whips it out like a pro and she just quickly flashes this lines of silver from her gem that like almost like wrap around the Drake, and like it's almost like a winds of change kind of thing. Like it kind of almost like shifts it from being able to like hit Merrick and instead is like to the left of Merrick. So it's like a silvery wind.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Just that wind once again. So this is the same Drake that was parried by Edwin's shield. This time as it goes to bite Merrick again, just whooshed away, but with wind this time as the Drake is confused looking around. And as that motion via carries through, it sort of like grits its teeth and it sort of like hunkers down lower onto the ground looking at you.
she's just crying. She's still crying. She's like, like she's freaking out.
Okay.
She's just crying. Quote that.
She is,
Ooh,
yeah.
you know what? Actually,
No, you can't take it back.
Merrick, just real quick, I forgot this Drake does have bless.
Okay. So you
So
have to roll a 4 on the d4, is what you're saying?
what? Because your AC is 17.
Yep.
Okay, so it has to roll 4. I'll do it public. I ain't a bitch. That's 3. All right.
Miss.
Yeah, just barely. That draconic force is able to overcome Via's wind, but not successfully. However, this acolyte's going to come forward and is going to cast Sacred Flame on Via. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw, Via.
And 19.
19. That is
Via.
good
Yes.
All right, let's go.
because that was 7 points of damage on the Sacred Flame die.
Oh, that would have killed me. That would have done it. Wow.
All right. With that, we then come to Rainier. On Rainier's turn, you hear 3 more decisive crack, crack, crack. And you hear his voice bellow out, "Don't worry, kids. I'm coming." And he starts bounding up these stairs and is just able to get here with 30 feet of movement. As you can see him, looking pretty rough. Let me go ahead and modify his HP there. So he is bloodied. You can see part of his scales cracked and broken. You can see blood sort of trickling out from his side, but you can see he has this like warhammer on one side, and then strapped to his side, he has this like folding crossbow or hand crossbow that you hadn't seen until right now. It seemed rather concealed at his side. And with that, the galloping of the horses is getting closer and closer and closer as he's finally able to be seen in the encounter now. All right, Kaylin, she is going to go ahead and take an Eldritch Blast at the ambush Drake that is really low with advantage here. If I do, well, I don't risk it. We'll just do that. Oh, I hate that it rolled privately. That's okay. 23 to hit. And a whopping, oh god. Eldritch Blast without any invocations is kind of ass. That's 3 points of damage.
Is it still alive?
That's cantrips in general, yeah.
Yeah, it is still alive. Yeah, it was only a 3.
The
on
one
the
in
D10.
front. This
Yep.
one?
Yep.
Holy shit, that thing's taking so much damage.
Yep. Them dwagons. All right,
Wagons.
Merrick, it is your turn.
Imagine me the wagon.
All right, so, haha. On his turn, using the weapon property of his short sword, because the blade on the rifle, because he hit it last turn, he gets advantage attacking the same creature on this turn. So he will roll an attack with advantage.
What will he do? He'll
Anyway.
do what?
All right, and that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Thanks for watching, everybody.
19.
19 is going to hit.
Short sword. Plus the hunter's mark. All right. 13
Big
points of damage.
It is dead. All right. One ambushed Drake down. Merrick, as you pierce the short sword through that large gaping wound that Via had made with the ray of sickness, you're just able to pierce straight through to the internal organs, and the creature just sort of lurches for a moment and then falls over onto its side, unable to move anymore as it slowly bleeds out.
Wait. And then Merrick's gonna turn and see that acolyte that's been taking shots at Via, and he's gonna run right up on him.
Okay, sounds good.
And that's transfer his hunter's mark to this guy for his bonus action, because why not?
Sounds good.
I just want it to be known that when Merrick runs away, you just hear behind you, Merrick, wait! So you just run.
And it doesn't slow him down a bit.
Nope.
Anyways. That'll
Okay.
be it for Merrick.
The ambush Drake is going to make another dexterity saving throw to try and descend. That is going to be a 14, so it will successfully be able to use the trees to climb down.
Is it like this in the air right now, trying to like swim
Yeah,
It's
towards
it's
the
like
like-
tree?
using its like
Oh.
mouth and its like claws, and it's trying to grip onto bark and climb down. And with that, it is going to descend its movement speed. So it has 30 feet of movement, so it's going to descend down to just 5 feet above. I guess Rainier is about 30 feet above you guys right now on this on these steps up here.
I didn't realize it was that high up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty high up. And it is going to move down towards you, Edwin, and the ambush Drake is going to take a bite. It's going to be a dirty 20.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
And that is going to be 7 points of damage, Edwin.
Where you at, bro?
Blood spurting everywhere. Almost going down.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I wonder why our things are not updating.
There might be a weird.
It's weird.
I might need to re-import your D&D Beyond character sheet since the guy who makes that app recently did a whole bunch of updates, so maybe something broke.
Maybe I can do it right now.
Happens.
Okay, that's the end of the ambush Drake's turn. The acolyte here.
There we go.
Is. Let's see here. Things are not looking great right now.
For them.
The acolyte is going to use its action to disengage. And it is going to start to run away.
Bitch.
It's going to get 30 feet there. Via, it is your turn.
Okay. Do you want me to still ride that 18, or should I roll again to see if she's lost her nerve?
I'd say the tides are turning in your favor,
Yeah.
so I'd say Via is able to maintain her calm. If somebody would have gone down by the time it got to her turn, I'd maybe have you roll again, but I think she's fine
That's
for
fair.
now.
Yeah. All right. Just hard which one to like focus on because both brothers are low as hell.
This music goes hard. Just more Witcher?
Yep.
Damn.
Mega Mix.
Witcher's just got the
All
best
right.
music.
It does, yeah.
She's gonna cast Firebolt at the. Oh, it's so hard. Because Merrick's all alone out there. I think she'll cast Firebolt at this one, just because Merrick's all by himself.
Okay. Sounds
He's
good.
also blessing the Drake, so I don't think that's a bad idea.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Even miss that one.
Break that concentration.
Okay, go ahead and roll for your attack, Via.
9.
9, that is going to be a miss. Just barely a miss. They're not very hard to hit. But you can
All I
see that
got.
Via, just with Merrick being right there, you try to make sure that you aim wide, but it's just a little too wide as it just flies right past Merrick and the acolyte.
Yeah.
All right,
Yell,
Edwin.
be careful!
it's your turn.
That's all I got.
Yeah, how hard? Just injured. Okay. Interesting. Clerics. Yeah, I just imagine he gets hit, and he's still got the bell. He's like, "Please work," and he starts. He's gonna cast all the dead on this one.
Okay, wisdom.
Physician, heal thyself.
All right, that is a failure.
Yeah.
Hey!
Roll your d12.
D12.
You've earned it.
D12. No,
Get
that's a
a 12.
D10. D12.
Hey!
Pretty
Really
good.
All right, yeah,
He's
he's
just like,
looking real rough.
Please.
Ding-a-ling-ling.
Ding-a-ling.
You can see those small, like a lizard, like crevices where the ears are, right on the side of the neck, at the back of the head. You can see they just begin to pool and pour blood as it's like thrashing its head back and forth, trying to get the ringing out of its ears, but it's still hanging in there. It is still alive.
Yeah. Blood pouring underneath the armor and through the clothing. He's just kind of limping and kind of almost about to pass out, and he sees that and he goes, "It worked." And he's gonna put it back in his pocket and pull his shield up ever so slightly with the strength that he has left. That's his turn.
Okay. Xanthe, it is your turn.
Okay. We don't let bitches run here. So I think it's 35, yeah. That's okay. Because I can get up here still. And
Right.
with a little bit of reach, I'ma still stab him, hopefully. Let's see. I don't know. I don't want to get too cocky with these rolls.
Whoa!
Stab him, I do.
That was spooky. 24, that hits.
For a little bit of that. And I would also like for them to make a con save to use the mastery property of topple to make him prone.
Okay.
And that DC will be 15.
That is a failure. They are knocked prone.
Yeah, on the floor, bitch.
Oh, did you use topple?
Yeah.
Dude,
Prone.
Yeah.
love those new rules.
So yeah,
What's
literally
actually
just
very
like
cool.
hamstring him as he's trying to run.
Yeah, Xanthe, as you just like slice, a very similar tactic that you used against Alexi when the two of you were sparring during the 0.5, as you just use the sort of the middle parts of the trident and hook it around the leg, and as you make him lose his balance, he just trips forward and sort of rolls over onto his back, trying to sort of skirt and crawl away from you, but he's locked in right there. All right, Acolyte. Thank you for the 100 bits. Ace King, thank you so much. Very thankful. That was very kind of you. However, you can't save them, regardless of how much money you throw at me. Okay? All right.
I feel like there's a number.
I don't like that you said
Yeah.
that when you're
No,
controlling the guy right
no.
in front of me.
I have integrity, okay?
Yeah.
2 point. So we
Here's
have...
$10,000. What happened?
They lived. Oh no. Thank you for the 100 bits, Ace King. That was very kind of you. It does help a little bit. Okay, so this Acolyte is going to sort of look towards you, Merrick, and you can't see their face or their eyes or their features. You just see the mask sort of looking at you, sort of trying to anticipate your movement with the short sword. But you see it just sort of looks behind you towards Via. Trying to protect them. In vain, though, it seems. And is going to cast Sacred Flame at Via.
Good to cast power word kill.
Joke's on you. Via only rolls 19s on those.
Dexterity saving throw, Via.
She's small, she's agile, I believe.
Be like the wind.
I don't know what Via's on.
Wow!
I don't know. This may never happen again. But
Via,
don't
the
fuck with
wind
Via.
just coursing around you, picking up through you as you're maintaining concentration on levitate. The wind is your ally, and those sacred divine flames they whirl around you, but the wind disperses them before it's able to make contact.
It's also a little bit of anxiety. She's like, stop.
She's flailing around.
The breathing.
Yeah. It's all the wind gathering.
All right.
Merrick just narrows his eyes at this guy.
Well, that's not good. As then it is Rainier's turn.
Please kill this thing next to me before it kills me.
Yeah, Rainier is going to jump down. They'll take the 3d6 fall damage.
No, wait, stop.
Oh man.
That's
Takes
10 points
18
of
points
damage.
of damage. Goes down.
Okay. As he
Right,
slams onto the ground. I mean,
rolled for this.
Rainier is an adventurer. He's a hero. You know, he's been a 3-point landing. Of course he does. And he sort of stands up, and you can see the warhammer in his hand. He just brings it up and decisively slams it down towards the Drake. That is a natural 20. That's kind of crazy.
Oh my god.
I
So
really
Joe
thought
was
you were
the
gonna say
first
that
roll
one.
on that 20.
No, that doesn't count.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
No.
I roll twice the dice you guys do.
If not more.
So for Rainier, that is going to be that much plus that much plus that much plus that much plus that much.
Is this just a flex roll right now?
That's going to be 66 points of damage to the
Yeah, right now.
Just straight
as
flex.
the
This-
warhammer slams down. Lightning arcs into the sky around it. He is the defender of Adaria, right? This is his job, is to kill things that would threaten not only the king, but his line as well. He's doing his job right now, and he is in the zone as he slams down, crushes the Drake. The Drake perishes. I mean, its head is literally caved in and plastered on the ground. Bits and pieces of it burned away from the lightning.
Yeah, Edwin just
And-
says, thank you.
Of course. You did good. You're alive. That's what matters.
And with that, as it comes to Kalen's turn, we'll kind of play things. Actually, Merrick, you're standing there. There's still 2 people alive. Kalen, being Kalen, is going to come up here, and she is going to see that just from Xanthe's posture, is seeing that Xanthe really wants to do something here. Kalen is going to, even with disadvantage, attempt to Eldritch Blast. Can't let Xanthe have the glory.
It's bitch behavior, man.
Listen, are you surprised?
No.
Bitch. Disadvantage, that is a 24 and a 10, so that is going to actually be a
Damn.
miss.
I'm sorry.
What? The Eldritch Blast slams into the dirt next to the Acolyte, kicking up dust into the air. As Xanthe, just out of the corner of your eye, you see Kalen standing behind you, attempting to steal some type of glory, honor, I don't know, from you. All right.
How dare Kayla not respect the 1v1?
She's trying to get her limbs up.
One thing I will say about Kalen that all of you would notice, just based off of what I talked to Kayla about beforehand, Kalen does not seem shaken or upset by the blood and the gore. She seems like laser focused, locked in. Maybe a small bit of afraid and shakiness, but she's not shocked. Just that sort of fear for your life, not shocked at the gore that's happening.
She plays with corpses and bones for fun.
It's okay. Listen, just because that you do taxidermy does not mean you can go on a battlefield and be like, yep.
Sneaky monster, man.
All right, Merrick, your turn.
All right, we are going to try to non-lethally take this guy down.
Okay.
All right, so we will swing at him once again. Yeah, that's not going to happen. All right, well, it's worth a shot.
Okay. All right. Yeah, a 7 is a miss. As it just is able to sort of dodge out of the way from the bayonet on the rifle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we're still level 1, so that's really it right now.
It's going by quick. With that, it is the Acolyte that is prone. It is going to use half its movement speed to get up from prone. And it's going to use its action to dash, but Xanthe, you have reach, so go ahead and make an attack.
Hell yeah.
If you hit him, can you just topple him again?
Yes, that's my plan. If he ain't dead, he's got to make a save.
He is dead.
Oh, well, that's kind of disappointing. But I mean, I guess I still
Can you
kind of
topple him still?
You still knocked him prone.
He is prone,
Permanently.
and he auto fails the saving throw too.
He's permanently prone.
So say he'll never not be prone again.
All right.
Permanent CC.
There we go. Via, it is your turn.
After me.
One acolyte left.
Firebolt.
Firebolt.
Yeah.
All right. Blast him.
So anyway, I started blasting. Unnatural 20.
That'll be a hit.
2 damage.
Level 1. Concentration. It doesn't matter. He didn't bless himself, so no concentration. We'll just, it's not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
All right.
Concentrating on the focus.
Via, did you want to move at all?
No, I don't think she would.
Okay. All right. Edwin, it's your turn.
Okay. Is this barely injured? Okay. Yeah, let's cast this one. Edwin's going to pull a small pebble out of his pocket, and he's going to hold it and very tightly squeeze it. And as he does, it turns into a bright light, and he's going to throw it towards this guy. And as he throws it, it turns into a flame, and he's going to cast Sacred Flame on this guy.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
That is a failure. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Yeah, fucking 6.
6 points of damage. Very good. Just barely hanging in there.
And he's going to move up to Via and just shield up, limp over. You're doing so good. And that's his turn.
She's okay.
It's going to be okay.
Okay.
Hands over her eyes.
Xanthe, it is your turn.
I mean, I'm just gonna get fucking anywhere. But we just gonna, just gonna, I guess, start moving back. I guess, yeah, the person up near right now. And she's just gonna be looking over to the acolyte. I suppose it's wise to keep one alive. And be kind of, I guess, especially directing that to Rainier, seeing I'm guessing he's got to be the suits to act in non-meta terms.
Yeah.
But yeah, she takes some action.
Okay. Acolyte. Only has one way out here. Merrick is going to cast Sacred Flame at you. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
14.
14 is a success.
Save or suck,
Yep.
bitch.
Just knocks his hand to the side, misses. You can always surrender.
Yep, he's going to use his bonus action to drink a potion. He's going to
Oh,
reach into
what
a
a
bag,
dick.
pull it out, and he's going to...
No.
Oh.
As you see his throat just begin to foam with this dark green liquid as he just grips at his throat and then falls back onto the ground. Dead. And with that, right as we get to Rainier's turn, you can see that half of the guards have been mobilized and are coming to this area. 10 of them. 10 were left at the original camp just in case there were more attackers at all, but these ones have arrived. And you can see Rainier looking. The acolytes are not his concern right now. you see he looks down towards the drake, the corpse of it right at his feet, and the one right next to it. And you can see he kneels and he stares at those creatures for quite some time. As one of the guards, wearing the sort of Adarian watch armor, approaches, and I suppose would actually end up getting to Via first, looking down to you and Edwin, and says, "Have all the enemies been dispatched? Are all of you all right?" And you can see they start to dismount, and each one of the guards begins to move towards each one of the children, weapons drawn, looking out into the forest.
Yes, it seems all of them are dispatched. Please, allow me to tend to Merrick.
Merrick just holds up a hand, and then he puts it on where the injury is, and you hear him mutter something in Orc, and he'll cast Cure Wounds on himself.
Interesting. Edwin says to himself. All right, and Edwin's going to sit on a stump and then grab his healer's kit out of his bag and just start, I guess, wrapping himself up.
Okay.
So he's gonna.
Via's gonna go over to Merrick and like hold him and like cry into his like shoulder.
And Merrick would just wrap an arm around her and just kind of hold her close. You're all right. You're all right. I got you. And he will hold her, and he'll just hold her until she's ready. He won't even say anything else.
All of you can see Caitlin, even as the guards approach her, she pays them no mind. She just sort of stares out into the forest, seemingly looking for something. Same as has she been pretty consistently throughout this journey. But then it's seemingly the sight of nothing. She returns to the sort of collective of all of you. As you are all sort of gathered around near Rainier.
Yeah, Edwin, after he kind of patches himself up, he goes, "Who were they? Rainier, do you know? Or were they fancy bandits?"
I don't know, Edwin. I've been serving as Sentinel for a little more than a decade now, and I haven't seen anything like this before. I mean, dragons have not been seen in Adaria for almost 800 years. Not since your namesake, Merrick,
Pointing towards you, Merrick.
since your namesake exterminated the last of them after the fall of the Dragon's Triarchy. This changes everything. The rest of you, fan out, look for anything else. Create a perimeter around us, 40 feet. All right? If you see anything, shout it.
You, and he'll point towards one of the guards still on their horse.
Report back to the camp. Let them know that all of the heirs are safe. All right? Tell them to keep an eye out for anything that may happen. It might be the last of them. I just don't know.
See, the guard nods and rides off back towards the camp. As the... I was just going to say, as the five of you are sort of looking around, was there anything you wanted to do currently before Rainier continues with anything?
Merrick's obviously still kind of taking care of Via, but has anyone pulled the masks off of these guys yet?
Not yet, no.
Merrick will instruct a guard to do so, unless Via would be okay on her own for a little bit. But if she still wants Merrick around, he's not going to abandon her.
You can like she can gather herself and like be fine if you want to do it. It's okay.
I mean, yeah, I think he would just reach down, still staying near Via, but yeah, he'll reach down and he'll pull one of the masks off.
Yeah. So you pull one of the masks off, and you see specifically the one that was right by you at the end there. a man, maybe in his 30s, half elf, pointed ears, very, very slight point, sort of rounded off to them. A small amount of stubble. Nothing notable, though, at least on initial inspection. If you'd like to dig deeper, I'll go ahead and have you make an investigation check.
And they're obviously the masks all look the same, right? Like it seems very, for lack of a better word, cult-like.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do the robes feel the same way, that like they're kind of more uniform in nature?
Yeah. Each one of them, they have they're sort of like a deep gray at a base, but they have slashes of different hues of red, black, and green.
Okay. Then yeah, first thing, he'll just see if there's anything on them besides basic stuff. I mean, obviously if they have gold or something cool, but like anything that would just stick out as being important. Merrick's just kind of trying to find it on them first.
Yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Gonna guidance that.
While Merrick
Because I'm
is,
+0.
I also want to kind of look at what they're wearing in their masks and like, has anyone read or know anything about a cult like this? Does it match any description he knows of?
Go ahead and make a history check. Merrick
That's a 22.
with it. Oh, it says you rolled a d4 twice.
I only see one.
Okay.
I see an 18 plus a d4, and I rolled a 4.
I mean, the first d4 was a 1 as well, so that's really sad.
I only see the one on my screen. I'll take a photo of it right now.
Well, I see both. And one was sent 26 seconds ago, and the other one was sent 21 seconds ago. So a 19. A 19 is still really
Seems
good,
unfair,
however.
but okay.
The first dice that was rolled was a 1. Still, you get all the information you would have gotten with a 22. As you're sort of rummaging around, looking for anything, there's no notes, there's no messages, there's no gold. The only thing is, you see in the pouch, there is 2 more potions within the pouch. Each one a similar green liquid held inside that glass vial.
I don't know why I asked her the history. I'm not going to do that anymore.
I was gonna say,
I have a
can
negative
anyone
one.
like, can anyone jump in on that history check also? Like,
If someone
Yeah.
else would like to, they can think on their own, as Edwin is kind of pondering by himself right now.
I would
I'm
like to
gonna-
think about
Edwin
it.
out loud, just to himself, says, "Have I seen this before?"
Damn.
I'm gonna keep those poisons, by the way.
Okay, all right. So those are just 2 basic poisons. Via, were you going to make one as well?
I think seeing that that Edwin's struggling and she's like, everyone's trying to like focus on something, I think she will like kind of like kneel down, especially next to the drakes, and like put her hand on the scales and like just kind of start to, you know, analyze things and see if she's gathering anything as well, I guess, about like, does this seem like familiar from what she's read about at all?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check as well. Merrick, for you, the only other thing that I would say that you find is that as you begin to sort of dig through some of the sleeves, as some of them had pulled wands out of their sleeves to see if there was anything there, you feel up near the bicep, there's some type of raised skin. It feels like some type of scarring or maybe branding. You're not entirely sure without sort of cutting open the sleeve and looking at it.
Yeah, he'd reach into his boot and take out one of his spare daggers, and he would just cut it off without damaging the skin so he can see what's going on.
Yeah, slicing into the fabric. And there on this individual on the bicep, you see a brand. The brand is what looks to be 3 chain links, all linked together. So 1 3-piece chain. And then coming off of each chain is 2 lines. For a total of 6 lines and 3 chains. No idea what that means. Via and Xanthe, I would say that the only thing you guys pick up on is there is a connection here between the three colors of the robes, the red, black, and green, and that of the dragon's triarchy in general, the sort of three ancient dragons that dominated Adaria for almost as long as the kingdom itself currently has been around for 900 years. But that's about as far as you get with a 15. There's nothing else notable about whether it be the masks or the cloth or their connection. That seems to be the only thing that you're kind of picking up on right now. Via, I will say that as you're inspecting the Drake specifically, as now things have settled, you can see that on the side near the underbelly, the opposite of where the Ray of Sickness hit, you can see a similar brand on the Drake as well.
Are we given this information?
Yeah, I mean, Merrick would about the tattoo. Yeah, I mean, the brand.
Yeah, same.
Was there anything inside? Any signs of it being an outpost of the sort?
No, it was very clear. When I initially went in there, they had set up camp, it seems. They were resting here for the night. Our intersection was purely by happenstance. There were 3 more acolytes and another Drake in there. I dispatched them, but it seems as though they were traveling from somewhere with some type of purpose. They didn't have any messages, any notes. There was nothing in there aside from supplies and the camping materials.
And their supplies, their provisions, did it seem like they were preparing for a long journey?
Not too long.
They've been coming from somewhere. Then figuring out how far away it is would be the most ideal thing.
Exactly. Now, it hasn't rained or snowed, or the weather hasn't been too intense these past few days. I know it was my instruction from the king to accompany all of you to Rosemont, but this takes my attention now. All of you should proceed to Rosemont with what your duty is, but I will be pursuing these tracks, seeing if I can find
You're
anything.
not coming with us?
No. This is my job. It's what I'm supposed to do. Seeing the numbers they had here, I think it would also be best if I take half of the detachment of Adarian Watch with me, just in case I run into larger numbers. That way I actually have a fighting chance. The village you're heading to, Rosemont, I mean, it's a quaint village. Peaceful, aside from the fighting that's been happening, but those banner bearers have been called off. You'll be fine. I need to take those guards with me just in case something happens. Last thing I want to do is be neck deep in cultists and God knows what, and be alone. The days of me fighting a fire giant by myself, I think, are fastly behind me.
He sort of rises, looking again towards the drakes, and looks up towards all of you.
At least you're gonna stay and rest with us tonight, though, right? And then we can separate in the morning.
I'm sorry, Via. I have to leave tonight. We have to leave tonight.
And he looks to another guard. Head back to camp. Let them know that half of them that stayed are going with me. In the meantime,
Well, you can't leave in this condition. You're about to fall over, Uncle. At least take a couple hours to rest before you leave.
It's important that we follow while the tracks are hot. They had just set up camp. The logs in their fire hadn't been burned for maybe half an hour. We'll rest when we find a good opportunity to. For now, we need to follow the trail while it's hot. In the meantime, Captain Vela, she'll watch over the rest of you. If you have any questions, I trust her. I picked her especially for this meeting in case something like this happened. She'll be back at camp. If you need anything, ask her. You can trust her. You kids
Merrick will.
got
Oh,
this.
go ahead.
I believe in you. You don't need me hovering over your shoulder giving you advice every which way. You're smart. Together you can do it. All right?
Merrick will walk over and put a hand on Rainier's shoulder. Until we see you next. And he'll say that same word in Orcish, and he'll cast Cure Wounds on Rainier to give him just a little boost before he leaves. For 11. Unless it rolled twice, in which case take the first one.
It was 11.
Oh, cool.
He'll sort of clap your hand on his shoulder and say,
Thank you. Until we see
I
each
know-
other again.
I know you will, but please be safe, Uncle.
I will exercise every amount of caution I can. I've been doing this for a while.
I know.
All right. Good luck, kids. I'm excited to hear about your success.
Yours too.
So hopefully I find something to note and I don't just go on a wild goose chase. Right.
and he'll sort of nod. And he will give each one of you anywhere between a firm handshake and a hug, depending on your sort of comfort level with that in particular. He'll mount up with one of the horses, as well as all of you will be pulled up onto a mount as well to ride back to camp. As you arrive back at the camp, you can see there's sort of hush that kind of falls over the guards as you enter. You can see they look to Rainier, they nod, and they begin packing up some of the tents, some of the supplies, leaving behind both carriages for all of you, though. And you can see Rainier mounting up. He and the other 9, or he and the 10 guards, they begin to make their way out of camp, but he stops by where all of you are, sitting around the campfire, and he introduces all of you to Captain Vela Bartol. Go ahead and I'll put this to chat here. Oh. Right. Show players to chat. There you go. You can see a woman in her very early 40s. Probably 45, 44. You can see just a little bit of wrinkles sort of crowning the side of her face. A human. And deep auburn red hair wearing the uniform of the Adarian Watch. Xanthe, you would know about Captain Vela, as not only has she served in the Adarian Watch, but she also has participated in some skirmishes to the north, not with the Nornathi, but with bandits and raiding parties from the Kingdom of Maldaris, fighting for House Emberlin. So she has been in battle before, and she also has served within the Adarian Watch and served within the Undercity specifically as well. So she is a veteran of the Watch and of warfare when it comes to it. And she approaches all of you, which you've seen her the entire journey. She just hasn't done much speaking to all of you, as it hasn't been necessary, and says, "For whatever the princes and princesses need, I am a resource to you. Please, do not hesitate to come to me and ask. I'll do whatever I can to ensure your success on this mission. It is an honor to travel beside the king's hand."
Vela is great. A very good fighter, a very wise tactician. Anything. You can trust her with it, all right?
Thank you, Vela.
Of course. Well, I will let you get back to resting. Anything at all, do not hesitate. And she'll smile and click her heels together nod and head back towards the rest of the guards.
How's Via doing?
She looks really sad and distraught because she felt safe with Rainier there, and now she feels even less safe. So,
What's Fiddle doing?
in her lap, being an emotional support rabbit, she's holding him tight.
I think Merrick will pull out just like a little bit of food and offer it to Fiddle, just to snack on real quick. Don't worry, Fiddle. I'll make sure you're all right. He just gives Via a little tiny smile.
Since Via and Merrick are over, they're kind of hanging out. Edwin is finished washing his clothes that had his blood all over them. Now he's in like a night garments or whatever. He's going to go find Xanthe. Where's Xanthe at?
I imagine if everyone's started to kind of disperse, she will just be still sitting, I guess, outside in the general camp area. And she just has like a little like polishing cloth and is just getting rid of any of the remaining gore of her trident.
So not your first time, I assume.
And you're assuming that based on what?
Your composure. And how you treated yourself out there. If that was, then you are a very great warrior, Xanthe.
I thank you for the compliment. But to be associated with what they are associated with, and, well, to attack all of us, it's hardly, well, people of any good standing.
Well,
And I believe that made what we had to do all the more clear.
Well, I'm glad that you are on our side. I'm thankful that you had our back out there.
Of course. Though I am concerned that you were going to suggest that we just, leave them?
You're referring to what I said.
Yes,
Trying
at
to
the
persuade
start
them.
of it.
I don't see reason for unnecessary bloodshed if there can be reason to it. But unfortunately, it was necessary. I
Of
do
course
not
it's
like
necessary.
taking a life.
But we are the reigning family of Adaria. We
And
shouldn't be the ones
trial,
running.
but we are not the arm of justice either. Should they have laid down their weapons, they would have stood trial. But that was not the case. I was intending for us not to have blood on our hands, but these things happen.
Let's perhaps keep the words to before any weapons are drawn. You keep going into every fight like that, then, well, people will expect us to all be sniveling.
I think people will respect us, not expect us to be respectful, not sniveling. But I understand where you're coming from, Xanthe. Like I said, it was necessary. No harm in trying.
It's where I have to disagree. Was there anything else that you came over here for?
No, I'm just checking on my siblings, making sure everyone is okay.
And
Talk
she
to
will
you
give, like,
tomorrow.
a little bit of a. She will give a kind of smile when he does say that he's just coming to check on people. Yes. Talk to you tomorrow.
Good night. And Edwin is going to go over to where Via and Merrick are and sit down and go, well, that was fun.
Nothing about tonight has been fun.
Oh, I'm sorry, Via. I just had a conversation with Xanthe. I was referring to that.
Oh.
And it was sarcasm. Anyways, how are you holding up?
I want to go home.
I know. I'm sorry that happened so early. You held your own very well. And
Have to do more of that?
hopefully no. No, hopefully not. I know that the guards will be patrolling more often, setting up a wider perimeter, so hopefully that is not a thing that will happen anytime soon again. But you should know that you did well. Very well. That thing you did, there was fire. You shot fire at them. That was in like a ray, like a green ray thing. It was quite impressive. And I'm in awe.
She threw a drake 20 feet into the air. That's what impressed me.
It was trying to swim. Did you see it? It was... Sorry. Trying to make light of the situation. I understand it was a lot.
Those were people.
Yes. We tried. Sometimes
But why did they want to hurt us? What did we do?
there are some people in this world, Via, that just want to hurt other people. There is no reasoning behind it. Some people enjoy it. And that is just the truth of the world. And we just so happen to be in their path. And
For no
As
reason
air.
at all?
They're working with drakes. Our family's the reason they're not around anymore.
they didn't even know it was us at first, though.
When they recognized us, they kept coming, though.
And that is a burden we have to bear. As heir to the throne, as the children of the king, we have an invisible target on all of our backs. There are people that want to do great harm to us. And I'm sorry, this is just the truth, Via. And I'm sorry that it had to be sprung on you so quickly.
Maybe. No, never mind.
No, what were you going to say?
No, it's a bad idea, and everyone will fight about it. So
It's... no ideas are bad. Some are just not taken.
It's a bad idea. I'm just gonna go to bed, and she's gonna pick up Fiddle and go back to her tent.
Good night. How are you, Merrick?
I'm fine. Ribs are a little sore, but
Yeah, my shoulder hurts.
yeah, that was different. But I'm fine. We won. We all got to walk away. It was the best ending that scenario was going to have.
I agree. Just like Via, you held your own pretty well out there. Just wanted to tell you. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I know it wasn't easy. I'm here if you need to talk about it.
It's behind us. I'm just
Mary.
worried about Via.
She'll be fine. But if you want to talk about it, I'm here. I know I'm not here a lot of the time, but I am now.
I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go to bed. I'm too old to be up this late, and my shoulder hurts.
You're really behind on your schedule right now.
It's throwing everything off. I'm going to have to wake up extra early tomorrow to make up for it. I still have to brush my teeth. All right, well, good night, Merrick.
Good night.
If you see Kaylin, let her know I said good night.
Will do.
Goes to brush his teeth, then go to bed.
And when Edwin leaves and Merrick's around that fire by himself, he just reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a talon that he took from the drake that he killed. And he just kind of looks at it for a minute before tucking it back into his pocket and turning in himself.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else that they do before heading to bed?
Not I.
Not I, said the
Sleepy
fly.
time.
I think I might.
Okay.
So Via back in her tent is gonna be like talking to Fiddle, and she's gonna be like, "It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea, but I think I." What do you think? Because I haven't done anything like that since that night. But maybe if I can find out who's gonna be heir, we can all just go home.
See the ears shoot up?
You think it's a good idea? Okay. I'm scared, but I think I should try.
See Fiddle, they kind of nudge into you.
Yeah, she's gonna pick up Fiddle, and then she's gonna quietly go over to Xanthe's tent, knock on the... Xanthe! Xanthe! Please be awake, Xanthe!
She's gonna open the flap, very confused.
Hey, could I ask a favor? Your dagger that you got in our choosing ceremony, could I borrow that for like 30 minutes?
What exactly do you plan to do with it?
Look
You
at
know I
it.
will not give it to you if you lie.
I just wanted to see if I could see anything in your future with it.
Definitely takes a moment, just kind of like considering it.
I don't know if it'll even work. There's a lot of unknowns we're running into, and I would like to know if there's anything tangible, you know?
And if anything, I think it might be worth practice. You can have it for a moment.
Is it okay if I take it back to my tent on my own? I'll bring it back, I promise.
No, I trust you.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll take a couple minutes, go through her stuff, bring it out.
Okay, I'll be right back. And she'll scurry back to her tent. And she'll set Fiddle down, and in her tent, she'll like get out some of her crystals and things, kind of just set a space that kind of helps her get into a area that she can kind of like try and commune with the dagger. She still is super new to this, and she's had a lot of mistakes already, so she's trying to like have things to kind of keep her grounded. So she's got like the dagger, she has her journal, she has her band,
Okay.
and she has Fiddle, and she has some stones that are meant for like grounding. And she's going to just kind of like sitting there, close her eyes, put her hands on the dagger, and say, please show me if Xanthe is heir. I want to go home. Anything. I want to go home. And she's gonna then listen and see if the wind starts to speak to her before she opens her eyes. And then if nothing happens, she'll open her eyes.
Okay. Via, I'd like you to roll a D100 for me first. She's casting the spell Vibes.
Basically, I'm not casting anything.
Felicity, I just want you to know this
It's my
is
favorite
why I
spell.
recommended divination. Like, I
I know
love
it
this shit
is.
so much.
If she doesn't hear anything, she will like open her eyes, kind of touch her face. Okay, that's fine. Maybe a
Via.
little longer.
In that moment, as soon as you like let go, I need everybody except for Felicity to deafen.
I don't.
I think everyone's deafened.
They are, yep. Okay. Via, what you see in front of you. So you have this moment where you focus on the stones, on the dagger, you speak those words. Is Xanthe heir? I just need to know. I want to go home. You focus so hard, you can feel the veins popping on your forehead, but nothing. You let go, you exhale, and you feel something overtake you. Your back arches as you, like your mouth opens and wind just gushes out and swirls around you. And your eyes begin to glow this very, very, very dull white. The stones all around you begin to levitate, and you just, through this like hazy mist of nothingness, you begin to see these flashes of images. Most of them you recognize from a vision you received long ago. One in particular comes into focus, a jagged black blade. You see a horned creature wielding it. The image fades away in an instant, and then you see the tree. The tree, the crimson bloom, the one you had your choosing ceremony at. And you see a body hanging from it. Its form shifting, though, not staying the same. In one moment, it's thin and lithe. In another moment, it's more broad and stocky. a final moment, it seems to be an older man. With a beard and long braided hair. In the moment, the vision fades and one final one comes into focus. The throne. The dragon bone throne. Nidarion's skull. The large ancient red dragon being the central focal point of it, hovering over the throne. And you see an individual with horns sitting on it. But a pool of crimson fills the throne room. Until eventually that horned figure is drowning in the crimson that fills the throne room. You feel that wind suck back into your lungs as you cough from the extensive exhale. And everybody, unmute, undeafen, undeafen.
Okay,
Undeafen.
that was what that gesture is.
Yeah,
I see.
undeafen.
You could have just said it in the chat, mate.
No, this is more fun. So if I do this symbol, if I do this again, because it may happen one more time tonight, this is undeafen.
Not
Like-
everyone's getting it. Only Gemma picked up on it.
Undeafen.
Yeah. It's okay. It's really hard being the smartest person in the room.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Undeafen.
Undeafen.
John is struggling. He's too old.
John.
Oh my god.
And
this
you're
is
still
insane.
I
muted.
thought
You're
shit
still-
was exploding. I was like,
No.
Oh.
So if I do this, undeafen.
Okay.
All right. So via the wind sucked back into your lungs, you heave over for a moment, coughing in a fit. How does Via
Just gonna-
react?
Yeah. She's gonna like look down to the dagger. And like almost like after all that breathing, when she like looks back to the dagger, she's gonna stop breathing. And then reach for it. Kind of look to Fiddle and say, guess I have to give this back to Xanthe. I don't think this helped. I think it just made things worse, like I knew it would. Also, did she have any physical reaction as well from seeing the vision? Like,
Yeah. As you were sort of talking to Fiddle, you could feel just a little bit of almost like a tear at first is what you thought it was, but too warm, as there's this small pool of blood just sort of dripping from the corner of your eye down your cheek and chin.
Okay, she'll like dab that off and try and get it to stop. So she'll grab her witch hat from school, put that on so it kind of like helps cover any blood or bloodshotness, and she'll take the dagger and hastily walk back to Xanthe's tent, and she'll say, Xanthe, here, you can have it back.
I mean, she could definitely tell from the tone that something's up with Vio, at least, right?
Yeah, she's not good at hiding it.
Yeah, okay. She is going to once again open the flap, but immediately is going to, where you're kind of like holding out the dagger, she's going to grab for your forearm instead and pull you inside the tent. And I imagine that's not even contested.
Your strength is like what? At least 15, and mine is 10. So yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
So she's gonna pull you in, but she's immediately gonna like grab your other shoulder to kind of like stabilize you.
You can see that she's trying to keep the hat kind of low too. Here's the dagger.
And instead of taking the dagger, she's just gonna slowly lift up your hat.
She's gonna yank that. She'll actually try and yank back down. I'm tired. Here, just take the dagger.
And I take it you saw something.
Nothing that I was trying to see, I think.
But something nonetheless.
It was mostly just omens, warnings and things. That's what it's been lately anyway, so it's just not helpful information. Everything's an omen nowadays. I mean, it's a dagger. What do you expect? It's,
Octavia. Please sit down. I want to know what you saw.
Xanthe, I'd much rather you just take your dagger back and I go lay down.
I think you've already seen from today that life means doing unpleasant things, dealing with unpleasant things. Sit.
I was trying to see if I could just...
Octavia.
She'll sit. But she's no longer holding onto the dagger. She's gonna drop it wherever makes sense, if you have a stand.
Yeah, she would have taken it off you at that point.
What did you see?
Like I said, just typical omens, bad signs. Things are gonna be dangerous and hard, and that's not what I was hoping to see.
And what were you trying to see then?
I wanted to see, I don't know, something good, just, so that to maybe make today feel better. I don't know, safety. I would really like to go back to my tent right now, Xanthe.
And I would like a clear answer, but apparently neither of us will get what we wish for right now. So please, at least tell me what you're looking for. I trusted you with this dagger, now you can trust me with what you've seen, or what at least you were thinking.
She's just gonna hold onto the hat and cry a little bit more. I was just hoping that if it could tell me that you would be heir, then we could all go home. Can I go back to my tent now?
Yeah, she'll take a deep breath out. Kind of just hold your arm for a second. It is late. We're going to be continuing and hopefully doing it well rested. That means sleeping now, I guess. But I would like you to tell me at some point. Especially when it has apparently affected you so.
She'll just kind of nod her head to that.
Good night, Octavia.
Good night. And she'll scurry out of the tent. Like a rat. Not on all fours.
No one does.
Alrighty.
So,
Xanthe, you're left alone in that moment, pondering what on earth she could have seen. What possibly could have been so bad that stirred her so much? And with that, I need everyone except Gemma to deafen.
Oh my gosh. Double
Crazy,
win?
crazy, crazy.
And it's me?
Am I gonna get to play this session?
No, fuck y'all, it's my turn.
All right. Okay. Xanthe, you sit in your room by yourself, your tent by yourself, thinking about what it could have been, like I said. And this is just such a short, brief moment. But you hear this wind, this breeze, this coldness flow into the room. You, in this moment, take a hand mirror just to make sure that everything is where it should be, that there are no stray hairs, that even in your resting clothes out of your armor, that you still look composed, but you see the mirror begin to crust with ice, chilling cold. And you hear a voice that echoes on that wind.
Two have been claimed. Very interesting.
With that, Xanthe, the cold leaves the room, the mirror uncrusts with ice. And the sounds of the campfire outside of the tent can be heard. Everybody can go ahead and undeafen. Okay.
I did that time.
Yo.
Xanthe, any immediate reaction that she has in that moment?
I think.
There you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let me,
I think-
Let me respond to that.
I think she is going to stay there a moment, just kind of waiting, just seeing if there's anything else she can like detect. But then after a brief moment, she will just kind of open the tent flaps and just kind of do a brief little scan. Like, I'm sure there's still guards and all that out there, but just for her own kind of state, you know?
Look out. There are guards patrolling, but there's nobody outside of the tent.
And she'll just stay there a moment, just double, triple scanning as if it's gonna, like, you know, reveal new results. And then just, you know, quietly close the flaps, not drawing any more attention. And just kind of sit herself on the little bunk or whatever they have in these little tents.
Mm-hmm.
Just for probably a long few moments more. And after a while, we'll eventually, again, just try and just go back to sleep.
Yeah. Eventually, Xanthe, you are able to fall asleep. Same as the rest of the children after a night that has rattled all of you for various reasons. You head to sleep. half of the guard, and your uncle gone. However, Rosemont is only a half day's travel when all of you awake in the morning and the camp is packed up. You get in the carriages for your final half day of travel before arriving at your destination. And as all of you are preparing to leave camp and getting ready to head out, that's where we're going to go ahead and take a break. So we will be back, I'm going to say in 10 minutes, just that way we can get get a little snack, get a little water, use the bathroom if we need to. So we will be back at 24 your time, whatever hour that is. Thanks for watching so far, and we will all be right back.
slashes. We'll do stars and
We're
wings.
back.
We're back.
Right on
I
the fucking money, right?
Yep, exactly, dude. We're on a tight
Yeah.
ship nowadays.
This is season 2, baby.
We're on it. I'm sorry, I've got like ruffles in my teeth right now, but that's okay. We're gonna suffer through it.
Tighter shit, baby.
Tighter ship. As I
Watch this.
constantly.
Joe's gonna make fireworks happen right now.
Pew, pew,
Damn.
Oh shit.
Everyone should
All right.
unsubscribe.
pew. We've lost here. We've lost it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive back in here, why don't we? Picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers, the King's Hand, the children of Talon, the current king of Adaria, and all the sort of contentious heirs to the throne, they all gather themselves after a rather harrowing night and pack up their camp with the 10 guards that remain with them, and they begin to make their way towards the city, the village, very humble village of Rosemont. All right. So on this final day, like I said, it's about a half a day of travel. So probably, 4 or 5 hours worth of traveling in the cart. Was there anything anybody else wanted to talk about or wanted to do on this final morning before your arrival in Rosemont?
Can I ask who Edwin's in the
small
cart
thing?
with? Oh, go ahead.
Well, this is regarding this. Xanthe is going to make sure that she's in the cart with Via. Hey, bestie.
Damn,
Obsessed
not
with
letting her
her
get
name.
away.
All right, so we have Via and Xanthe in one.
Oh, Via is wearing her hat all day today. She's got it low, like emo bangs, but it's a witch hat.
Nice.
Question:
Lovely.
Would Edwin be able to ascertain that Via is like still very upset and like kind of being standoffish?
Yeah, she's not hiding it.
Then Edwin will also be in the carriage with Via and Xanthe.
Everyone's so obsessed with me.
I
No,
will
because-
also no, I'll be with Kayla.
It's
I
like
mean,
Caitlin's in a cart by herself. She loves it.
She would.
No,
She would.
I mean, no, I'll be in the car with Merrick because I don't want, for, role play reasons, I don't want Ryan to be by himself in a carriage while we go. So Edwin's
No, I
with,
mean,
with Merrick.
Don't worry about it, because the only thing I was planning on doing is Merrick wanted to talk to Xanthe and Kaylin, so I'm waiting for Kayla to come back for that conversation to even happen. So
Mhm.
don't worry about me. Do what you want to do.
All right, fine. Edwin's in the. He's not gonna let Xanthe bully.
Wow,
On your,
you abandoned me
journey-
so quickly. Jesus.
Xanthe
Okay.
would bully anyone. Oh my gosh.
On your journey, Merrick, you and Kaylin, you play Serpent's Dice. You play a couple rounds together.
Who
Actually, it's
wins?
hard in carriage.
Yeah,
It is very hard. It's Hardman.
Sweet.
Oh wait,
Um,
the dice rolled again.
One
Uh,
person
Flush
rolls,
it
and it's like
again.
20 minutes later, the road finally evens out.
oh God. We'll say Merrick
Still
wins.
0-0.
We'll say
Yeah.
Merrick wins. Yeah. Kayla's not here.
Kayla,
We can let her
Yeah.
lose. Kayla in the chat. What the fuck did you say?
I won't send that note to Kayla. I've been keeping her updated on the session.
You totally won the game of Serpent's Dice that we played.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thrashed
Okay.
me.
Alrighty. So traveling on the cart, not on the cart, in the cart, we have Edwin, Via, and Xanthe. Was there anything the three of you wanted to discuss, or are you just kind of being there for morale support?
Xanthe's also making sure she's sat in the middle of them. Just imposing.
Imposing. Yeah, Via's got her hat. She's looking out the window, watching things go by.
Riveting.
What I got?
I mean, I'll say I don't have a convo. I don't know if anyone else was.
I don't have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roleplay anything, but Edwin would
Lol.
definitely do the classic nice weather we're having today,
That'd be
and
great,
play I
honestly.
Spy.
I love it.
Yeah, you can be in that cart.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to get us to Rosemont,
So
man.
nothing.
Fantastic.
0.
So with that, the travel finishes out. And all of you, as the cart crests the sort of final hill leading out of the Crownlands into the Lowlands, the humble village of Rosemont comes into view. Sort of nestled in this shallow valley where the land seems to just breathe color. The village is a patchwork of timber-framed cottages, their rooftops sloping unevenly beneath these creeping vines of wild roses. The gardens are overflowing with these bursts of crimson, gold, and violet. The winding cobblestone streets throughout the village weave between homes and arc over these sort of narrow canals that feed these unseen springs all around the city, or all around the village. There are these rolling meadows of medicinal herbs as well as crops that stretch towards the forest's edge, where trees, sort of crowned in that sort of autumn hue of deep red and amber, stands watch over the fields. Within the city itself, within the village itself, there's a white stone chapel, stained glass windows catching the sun. There's a cozy tavern, bustling apothecary that peek from the village's square. And the air carries this faint scent of lavender and crushed petals that blend with the crisp bite of fall. Despite this sort of like postcard-like beauty as you approach the city, there's a quietness. There's this sort of held breath, sense of waiting in the air. Small figures move between buildings, head turns briefly towards the approaching cart on the road. Rosemont seemingly welcoming these visitors, but they're nervous. And after about a 20-minute descent, you all arrive in the humble village of Rosemont. As you do, the roads begin to clear, letting the carts pass through as eventually they stop. The Adarian Watch move out to make sure that there's nothing approaching the cart in any sort of way, that there's no threats, and with the all clear, all of you begin to exit. Now, as you step out, you can see the layout of Rosemont Village, or of Rosemont in front of you. I'm going to go ahead and move everybody to this map real quick. You can freely go back and forth between these two if you'd like, but this is the map of Rosemont. But let me go ahead and move you all back here. So, tons of buildings. We'll get into what all those different numbers mean in just a moment. But as all of you are starting to get out, stretching a little bit, looking for the next thing to do, there is an individual that approaches. A small-statured halfling with this sort of curly, chestnut-colored hair and a very round, kind face. They approach wearing a very well-tailored tweed jacket over a neat linen shirt. This, like, countryside aristocrat, almost. Hazel eyes, a polite smile, and this halfling individual approaches all of you, and this is who you see. Mayor Brendan Goodbrook.
I love his name.
For the players.
Good name. I love fancy names in general, man.
Look at this. Look at this
Oh!
lad.
Oh, he's so cute.
You can see they approach all of you and that very kind, warm, but not overdoing it smile as they approach and say, "My princess, and princesses, welcome. My name is Mary Goodbrook, though most of the folks around here just call me Brendan. We can't tell you how grateful we are to see members of the King's Hand again. We've heard stories, of course, how the King's Hand once kept peace over all of the Daria. And, well, with all that's happening, your arrival gives us a fair modicum of hope. But being mayor of Rosemont, it does seem to be my duty to just give you a bit of a heads up for things you may or may not be anticipating. There is one concern. While all of Rosemont is at your disposal for anything you need, down that way, just past the orchards, there's a small keep that sits in that direction. It was once owned by a collector of peculiar tastes, a vassal of House Warrendale long ago. But after the fall of King Draven, it's been held up by bandits, and we do our best to steer clear. But if I could give you any piece of advice about Rosemont, aside from enjoying the lovely hospitality we have to offer, it would be to avoid said keep. Wouldn't want to spoil your visit by any trouble. But beyond that, welcome to Rosemont. We're all very excited to have you here, and anything we can do to help, we're happy to do it. In your stay here, you'll be staying at my estate, just down the road that way. And anything you need, anything at all, just let me know to settle this scuffle between Melonith and Rivermore. And we'll be happy to give whatever offer, whatever guidance, whatever help we can.
Thank you. Thank you. We greatly appreciate the welcome. Beautiful, beautiful place here.
Oh, yes. None like it.
If you don't mind, as we are here currently, is there any information at all that you can give us of the two houses and what started all of this, and just any information you have at all?
Well, yes, I do have some knowledge on that. Not as extensive as I guess I would like. You see, I grew up in Rosemont, and not really done much of the book learning to too much of a degree. The histories never quite did stick with me. But obviously, Melonith, a vassal of House Astralore, Rivermore, a vassal of House Thornfield, both houses, they stake claim on Rivermore and Rivermont and Rosemont. And while it hasn't been an issue, it seems as though something has lit a fire under each one of them. And in the past, 2 months, actually boiled over into fighting.
And we're not sure exactly what started the fighting?
Now, as I heard it go, there were two farm boys. Couldn't be more than 16, 17 years old. They got into an argument. One viewed themselves as a proud banner bearer should they ever be called to arms of House Melonith, the other of House Rivermore. And, well, one thing led to another, and word spread from here to their holds, and, well, that's when the fighting got involved. And sadly, the two boys were brothers also, and they ended up being both killed during the skirmishes that broke out. Their father, he spends most of his times at the tavern since it happened.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of this tavern?
The Rose Petal Inn, right there at the center of town. The man's name is Adric Wren. Human fellow, you can't miss him. He's, well, glued to the bar stool. Understandably so.
Understandably. And so I have this correct. Which house does he fall to?
Oh, Mr. Wren, he simply does not care. He's a farmer. Tilled the earth.
Neutral.
exactly.
Last question, and we'll, unless any of my siblings have any questions for you, how far are each of them, Rivermore and Melanith? Where exactly are their keeps?
Both of their holds, I believe, are about 2 days' travel from here. No, 2 days by foot, so probably day by horseback.
I assume in opposite directions.
Of course, yeah. Melanith's, their hold is closer to Arkenvale, actually.
Hey. He looks to everyone else. Any other questions for the good mayor before we wash up and look about town?
Since the first skirmish, is there any word on escalating violence, or are you concerned something like that's going to happen again?
I'm not too entirely concerned right now. If the issue isn't addressed, I'm sure it would happen again, but, as I heard it said by some of the banner bearers, some of them still actually in the chapel we have here, the Church of the Unbroken, they set up shop here several years ago, taking over the old temple over there. Some of the banner bearers are actually still here recovering from their wounds from the fighting. As they've been told, and as I've heard, the fighting's been called off. But the way they get to fighting some days in there, I don't know how long their Lord's word is going to last.
Oh, I do have one final question. Sorry. Where exactly did the skirmish take place?
It took place about a half day to the west of here. You would have just missed it on your way down. There's a collection of farmhouses that were burned down and some crops actually that were ruined in the process in the fighting.
I assume we saw that on the way down.
No, you just missed it. You maybe would have seen it on the horizon, but you didn't ride through it.
But did we take note of it?
Yeah, it would have been something that maybe as you were sort of looking out the window, especially today, that you would have seen coming in.
Okay. Whose land was it on? Do we know that?
It's just part of Rosemont's territory.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else you'd be needing of me immediately, I'd be more than happy to escort all of you to the estate. You can get comfortable, drop off your supplies, your luggage, whatever you brought with you, and the town is yours to do as you please.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
Oh.
One more question.
Of course, Princess.
As the mayor, who exactly do you find yourself accountable to in terms of the two lords?
Well, my princess, I hope you don't find it too much of a cop-out answer. My first loyalty is to the king, to King Talon, as he's the one who assigned my post. My loyalty is to him. Whatever he says goes. And between Melanith and Rivermore, I'd never spoken to or even met the lord and lady of that land until, well, just a couple days ago. I've got no leaning towards them one way or the other.
And neither of them have respectfully tried to reach out to you in turn?
Well, I dare not disparage the lords and ladies, as they have many more stressors than I, a simple, humble mayor of a small town, village more like. But I would say that their inquiries as to any documentation or histories was a bit coarse. A bit mean, truthfully. But as I said, lords and ladies have a lot on their plate, so understandable, of course.
Both houses were rude to you?
Oh, aye. Different ways. And that's just me speaking honestly. Of course, I mean no offense by it, but if princes and princesses ask a question, I answer honestly.
And your honesty is appreciated. As is why I'd ask, what exactly was the nature of these, comments? Questions?
The nature of the questions and the comments?
Yes. What exactly were they asking or reaching out to you for?
Well, they asked me if I had any knowledge or information or writings as to the keep that the village belonged to, and I told them no. In the manor, in the estate, we don't have anything. Church doesn't, and the inn is the oldest building in town, and there's nothing in there. At least as far as we've found, but to be honest, not many of the folks around here read too terribly much. There are some books within the chapel and some in the inn, but I can admit my strengths and my weaknesses, and reading doesn't tend to be one of the strengths, I'll admit.
And the keep that you say is now run by bandits.
Mhm.
You've never been able to reach or access anything inside there, I take it?
Oh, gods, no. No, wouldn't dream of it, wouldn't dare of it. There's a bit of not a deal, not an understanding, I don't know. They don't attack Rosemont as long as we leave them alone in the keep, if you follow.
And you believe it is appropriate as mayor of this town to be leaving a bandit hold, remaining untouched, with some kind of agreement under the king's peace?
No, sorry, Princess. Allow me to take a step back. I've sent many requests to the crown. I've sent many requests to the lords of the various lands about dealing with the bandits, but no one has answered. No one has brought any soldiers here until right now. I mean, we have a small militia, but it's just farmers with pitchforks, gambesons, and a willingness to protect their home. They're not willing to march off the war.
And we appreciate you not escalating. He looks towards Xanthe, escalating things and creating the appropriate scenario for your people is to not escalate this further with the bandits in the keep. But yes, we do have guards here, very many of them. This seems to be, looking at Xanthe again, something we should probably look into.
No, I certainly agree. As I've said, it's hardly appropriate for bandits to be held up here. If there is any aid you'd wish to provide in this situation, well, it'd be welcome.
Specifically, how many? What the weapons you know they might have? Armaments? Anything that could help us tell the guards that we have brought with us or ourselves, should we press the advantage against them and try to take back the keep for you.
I'd have to do a more thorough head count.
Do not feel pressured at the moment. I know we are asking a lot of questions about this, but we would like to help you get back to a state of normalcy in the area. So when you get the answers, let us know. We'll be around and trying to deal with the two houses at the moment. The bandits seem to be a third objective.
Of course. As soon as I learn something, I'll be sure to report to you.
Thank you. Report to Princess Xanthe, if you could.
Of course, Princess Xanthe. As soon as I learn the numbers, I'll be sure to tell you post haste.
We appreciate it.
Of course. Well then, please follow me.
Thank you.
You're welcome, princess. They'll give a slight bow of their head, and then kind of come back up, but then correct and do a more formal bow to the five of you, and turn around and begin to make his way, leading all of you to the Goodbrook estate. So, all of you approach this sort of modest estate built of timber and stone, surrounded by gardens of seasonal flowers, as well as vines creeping up all over the building itself, and a modest fountain sitting in front, currently gurgling water with various petals from the flowers, as well as leaves from the trees that are sort of sitting on top of the fountain in various clumps. So all of you are able to make your way in. You're able to drop off your supplies at a collection of rooms within. The estate does house up to 10 people at a time. So the guards sort of set up their camp outside. They begin to set up patrols around the city, beginning to make sure that the city is safe and secured by the time you guys actually start exploring. But the guards won't be hovering over you. They'll just be positioned at various places in the city while you're here.
Edwin does want to give all that information to Vela.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that we talked about with the bandits and stuff is like just keep an ear open. You know,
Okay.
something to think about.
Yep, and she'll say,
Very good. We will be sure to keep an eye out on anything that may come up.
Thank you. Well, where to, everyone?
so yeah, let me go ahead and move all of you to the Rosemont map. There should be, oh, wait a second. Oh God, what the hell is that?
What the fuck?
Trying to see it. Here we go. If you guys go to the side tab on the what is it, the left hand side, and you hit the little bookmark, the journal notes.
Ooh.
There should hopefully be a little thing in the corner that you can double click on, and that has all of the points numbered.
Oh no,
No.
it has nothing for me.
no.
Just says
Oh,
quests.
no.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna double click on the thing in the map, like on the map's right corner, top corner.
Oh.
Oh,
Ah. Yeah.
There it is.
All right.
look at that.
Boom.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
All right. So with that, the 8 locations of Rosemont are available for you to travel to. And currently, wait, let me see here. PCs. The King's Hand. All of you currently at the estate.
I love this. It's like a point and click adventure right now. I assume we're all in the same room.
Yeah, either in
Yeah.
the same sort of, in that sort of central foyer of the estate, outside by the fountain. It's entirely up to you.
So, we have our first lead, Adric Wren at the Rose Petal Inn, the father of the 2 sons that started all of this. Is that the first place we want to go, or do we want to start talking to locals? Or if there's a...
I'd rather not get that man involved again. He's already lost enough in all of this. Nor do I know what he could add that would be helpful anyway.
All right. Any other suggestions via Xanthe?
Also,
Kaelin, you're awful quiet.
I would posit that it's not exactly up to the people who owns this land. It is a matter between the two, well, between the 2 houses. I think it'd be best to also consult with them as well. What each of their respective claims are, in their own words, any potential evidence, documentation that could potentially hold it up. Maybe a day away, but does mean that it'd be wise to start heading to one of them sooner rather than later.
Yeah. The only other thing I was thinking about was maybe since this little town isn't as well read, maybe if we review the stuff that the chapel has, maybe we could pick up on something that's been overlooked.
These are all good ideas. That another idea is the keep that the bandits have taken over
I knew
could
you were gonna
hold.
say that.
Sorry, I have to. It could hold documentation to who and what house could potentially hold claim over, but that's the riskiest one.
Also, perhaps most legitimate. Not to mention neutral.
Straight to the point. Well, we hope. They could have burned everything.
Because if
without
we start
bandits.
heading to, each house, I think we're just gonna get. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but we're gonna get a lot of similar information. That they think they deserve this and that.
Agree.
What if, so bandits, right? They need to leave. So
Oh, yes.
we could maybe, go explore at a time when they are not home.
Their holding
would that
is
be, Via?
typically
I don't wanna make a
typically
history
rested
check.
on them being there. If they
Well-
leave, they lose any potential, defenses they'd have in being there.
I,
Open up to another group taking their place, or,
What if?
authority and law taking it either.
What if? So, but they have to have people coming in and out. Like, they can't just, never leave. So, what if we see some bandits leave, and then we take their clothes, and then we come back in dressed as them, and then we explore, and they never know that we're not already part of the bandit group. And then we don't have to fight.
Glances at Xanthe, the pale white tiefling. Glances at Kaelin, glances at Via, and glances at himself.
and we sneak in and we steal the papers?
Well, is it stealing if we're just returning it to who it owns?
If we are dressing up as bandits, does that in turn mean we are stealing?
Well, what does
No,
your
we'd
clothes
be
have to
seizing
do?
their assets, but we shouldn't do it in some disguise, regardless. They will know who each other are.
Via, I love
will know that we
the
are not
idea. I love the idea. I don't think that it will work in this scenario. The other option is to, Joe, how many guards we have?
10.
10.
Roll up to the keep with all 10 of our guards plus us and demand they leave the premises and or face, looks towards Xanthe, justice of the king.
I guess that's a good idea because, something must have happened with the communication of, needing help, right? Maybe we could just be a direct, notice, right? Because, Dad, we can just tell Dad we got to get rid of these bandits, and he'll send more forces and
Exactly.
Perfect.
This place probably isn't worth it. That's probably why they haven't sent it. And that's probably why bandits would imagine that they can keep it. This place isn't as vital. It makes sense why there'd be, an allowance for bandits to stay. Keep them out of more integral locations. But I still believe that it is our responsibility in being here to drive out the bandits. But I think it will only be with the forces that we have here and that we can muster from the town itself.
There's no point of deciding who gets to keep Rosemont if those bandits are going to be a constant threat to the town.
So we get rid of the bandits and find out who's supposed to own it anyway. Probably.
So option 3 has now become option 1. I still like the sneak in, though.
I just don't want to fight.
Who would attack a regiment of the king?
Were we not-
Literally looks at Edwin.
It looks back at Merrick. Those
Try
were
again.
cultists. These are bandits. They're different.
Both are
Well,
desperate.
Well, one seems to not worship something higher than them and probably likes their own life more than the god they worship or whatever the cultists were doing. Point being, bandits like to live. From what I know.
Joe, quick random question. I know we each got like a pendant to like signify that we're part of the king's hand, but do we have like, I don't know what the word is, but like an official insignia that like if we write a letter and like stamp it, it's like proof that it's coming from us?
Yeah. Yeah, you could use the pins for that.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they doubled for that purpose or not, but because just add a character. If we're gonna go to the bandits, it might be a good idea to send at least letters to the houses. It's gonna take time for them to get there, just to kind of let them know, like, hey, we're here to resolve things.
That's our
Don't do
Valkyrie
anything
boy.
stupid, you know?
Send out the birds.
Do we have any birds here?
I don't know, you're the bird man.
You gotta have a rookery,
I don't,
you know?
I don't know.
We just have a
I
rookery.
don't know where all the birds
You got a
are.
rookery?
No.
Wait, you
know
can't
where
just
every
find
bird
birds?
is.
So
This isn't Assassin's Creed where I'm just
Do
like,
your job.
Just imagine Merrick. Fucking
you laugh until it works. Then you're like, oh shit.
level 12.
So there are rookeries in Elixir Hall and River's Edge, which are the cities that belong to House Rivermore and House Milaneth. Otherwise, you'd need to send a messenger from here to those cities to then send the falcon or the messenger bird to Crown's Rest. And then they'd need to send it back to House Milaneth, which via bird would probably take a day or two to get to Crown's Rest. So you're like, if you're looking for a return message, you're looking at about 6 days.
I mean, I don't think I need a return message. I think we could literally just have the mayor get some messengers that he trusts and pass it off to them just to make sure it gets to the houses. Just to basically be like, hey, we're here to resolve this. Make sure there's no more violence. Or, you know, it could affect who we end up deciding who gets this place, you know? Make sure your people are in line.
Because this doesn't need to go to Crown's Rest, though, right? Like,
No.
Okay, I see.
We're the
I see.
return message.
Yeah, I just want the two heads of the houses to know, but I don't want us to take 4 days to go talk to them in person.
Put them on notice. Put them on notice.
Yeah,
Hey,
like, hey, we're here.
chill out.
Okay.
yeah.
The king's hand is here. Don't do anything stupid. We can talk details on what it actually
King's
says.
Hand's here. You see how fucked up you've done? This is already fucked up. We're here.
Yep.
It's that, but in, like, royal polite society language.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yo, 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 what up?
Oh my God,
Yo!
Kaylin!
Jesus,
you're
Kaylin,
finally
where were
talking.
you?
Kalen's dead,
Yeah.
by
You
the
scared
way.
the shit
I
out of
was
me.
in deep thought, everyone.
Oh.
Kaylin,
What is
Kaylin,
your opinion on this
Kaylin thought she
situation?
kept seeing things in the forest. All right, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
fucking hallucinating.
distracting.
It was just ants crawling up the tree.
Kayla, just real quick heads up, just after, because I haven't given you an update message. So right now we're in like the mayor's house, like where we're staying, and we're just deciding our plan of attack.
Yes,
Right
I
now
was
we're-
listening to the last 15 minutes on the way home.
Oh, good. Then you're fine.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go kill some bandits, is what we're saying.
Yes, with our
Yeah.
10 guards that we have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And we're sending
It's easy when you're
What?
rich.
messages.
Mhm, mhm.
What if sorry, I'm back in character. I'm wrapped. We can. Sorry. Anyway,
Sorry, I
Are
didn't
you?
interrupt.
Go right ahead.
I wanted to, but then I was like, should I give Kayla more time?
No, you're right. Go ahead.
No, back in character. Go. Boom.
So what if instead of like showing up and demanding them to leave? What if we just talk to their leader and we offer them something better than just staking out in the keep? Because these are just people, right? They're probably just going through a hard time.
Yes, but they have already committed crimes against
Oh.
Adaria and its people.
Occupying
Yeah.
the keep is not the crime we're concerned with. I mean, right now it is, but
It's all the stealing and stuff.
attacking and killing, yeah, that one.
Once you have the title of bandit, you are assumed that you've done things.
Well,
They have to be arrested regardless. It's just
where
whether
are
or
we
not.
gonna put them all? How many are there? There's no way we can keep them all here, all arrested. So are we gonna truck them back to a big city in
Yeah, my
chains?
dear. I think the idea is we kill them.
No, the idea is not to initially kill them, Kaylin.
No, it's not.
Banditry is not an offense that is typically met with capital punishment, no.
Oh, but it's okay that they've killed and raided places. Got it.
Well, we don't know that yet. They could have just stolen things.
They've taken over an entire. But
we
no,
don't-
let's take them back in chains. I'm sure that'll teach the lesson.
How's that thing in the forest you were looking at?
Still there.
Good. We need to meet this with negotiations first and see how it goes. We cannot start killing people just because they have the title of bandit. I agree with Xanthe here.
Xanthe cocks an eye.
All right, and
There's
what
an
do
eye
you
twitch.
suggest, oh so wise big brother?
I will state it again. I
I was
think
looking at that thing in the forest. Sorry.
it's okay. I understand it's hard. I would think that we should bring our 10 guards, march up to the keep, demand that we speak with their leader, looking at Via, and demand that they release this keep to us under the good gracious of the king, and the punishment will be, I don't know, I don't do these kind of things. Xanthe, help me out here.
Hey, Jar, what would the typical punishment for this be?
So
I don't want to just make shit up, man.
Fucking cut their hands off.
Feed them their
Hey.
hands.
Now feeling from afar.
Line up,
Hey,
guys.
line up, man.
So it really depends on what exactly this group of people have done. So if what this group of people has done is they have left a city, refused to pay taxes, and potentially mugged, stolen, or just general disorderly conduct, that is something that would be handled locally by one of the two holds that would have jurisdiction over this place. So whether it be House Melanith or House Astral, or House Melanith or House Rivermore, right? It would be dealt with at those two sort of keeps or those two cities. However, if these individuals have murdered, committed grand theft, any type of fraud or embezzlement, or even smuggling or handling contraband, then it would need to be something that is extradited to one of the capital holds. So whether that be Tomehold or Highfields, or to Crown's Rest, where then it will be adjudicated by the Church of Unity. And finally, if it is organized crime, like if these were individuals that were part of a gang, then that is seen as a direct threat to Adarian security and is dealt with by either the Crown, so by Talon, or by leading members of the Adarian Watch. So if it's organized crime, you guys are in your jurisdiction as the king's hand to do whatever you deem is necessary.
Murder.
Yeah, Xanthe would just be relaying all that, but in very legalese.
But regardless, For a lot of things, it will come down to who exactly we decide will be owning this city.
And we can't decide really until possibly we find the documents that may or may not be in that keep.
But they needn't have a trial straight away. As long as we're able to hold them, it still stands up, at least in the eyes of the law.
And our backup plan if they immediately start firing at us and telling us to go away.
If
We
they
already
do
know
that,
what that plan is.
then it would be counts of treason.
All right. Just double checking.
But that is a last resort. We should not resort to fighting and violence to begin with.
I agree.
I knew you would. Thank you. So, conclusion is what?
Are we just gonna walk up to the keep? Like now? Today?
Well,
Can we get
there's-
lunch first?
I'm sure we could. I'm actually quite hungry.
Hey guys, question. Maybe I
Yeah, what's up,
misheard. Did you guys talk about getting more people to join the ranks? Did I hear that right?
I mean, we have 10 guards with us because
No.
Rainier left.
Okay. I thought
Xanthe
somebody
was,
was.
Xanthe was suggesting if there's anyone in the city that like would be able to support us, then yeah. But
Oh,
apart from
right.
that, that's all we got.
Okay, and you haven't heard back from that yet.
We haven't
We
done
haven't
anything.
suggested
today.
it to him yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it was
No,
suggested
you're
to
good.
him. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
suggested
gonna say, Xanthe said it
to
to
the
Mel.
mayor. Yeah, and
Okay, cool. I thought I caught
doing,
that.
or they're
Okay.
doing that right now.
Yeah.
I didn't
Cool.
hear
Oh,
that part.
I missed that. Yeah.
And
sorry.
I was here, so
No,
Caleb,
it's
way to
okay.
go.
I just. Well, Kaylin.
Yeah. So it's still gonna be a small force either way.
Yeah. Well, and Kaylin would say, perhaps our plan of action here would be to wait until tomorrow to see if we get any gracious volunteers from the city to accompany us. So we have a little bit of a strong going in. Show of strength and a show of numbers might be a little bit more intimidating than just us and 10 guards. Just a thought. Perhaps if we have a little bit stronger numbers, they would be more inclined to step aside. And
I
if we
agree.
don't get any recruits, then we just go in.
I like this plan.
Thank you. I thought it up myself.
I would also add that if we are able to reach some kind of parley with their leaders, it is also within our right to offer a more lenient sentence should they cooperate. Would be something to hopefully persuade them more.
I also
agree. We should get working on those letters and send them out. Rest up. Allow the mayor to do his work. Head out first thing tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right.
Is Via okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
I mean, she's
Xanthe is
like,
still very close to it at all times. I will add that.
yeah. I mean, she's like the same level of fine that she started the day with. You know, nothing
Okay.
happened that made it worse. So
We've just talked some potential more combat. Merrick was just kind of a little concerned.
yeah. I mean, she definitely didn't like that, but she's like, I guess we're
Could
doing
tell.
that."
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Edwin will say, well, Via, you said you are hungry. Do you want to go get some lunch? Anyone else want to join?
All right, I
Fine.
guess it's you and me. To the Rose Petal Inn, baby.
Kaylin will tag along.
Okay, yay, come along.
I like that Galen didn't say yes and is just walking
She's just
behind
coming
us.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything for Xanthe and Merrick? Or are they also joining for food? Or are they doing something? Well, they're working on the letters, right?
Sure.
All right. Caitlin. Edwin. Via. Xanthe. Medic. Okay.
Still want to talk to Xanthe and Kaylin later. Just throwing that out there.
Okay. Sounds
Yeah.
good. So the three of you, Edwin, Via, and Kaylin, head towards the Rose Petal Inn. Now, as you enter the Rose Petal Inn, it is a very warm, very homely inn, and there's this scent of baked bread and spiced cider that is just so strongly present as you enter. It's a very quiet, common room, and you can see that several of the individuals that are in here, the patrons, they see the three of you enter, and word is already spread that you're here. And as all of you take a seat, there are a couple of Adarian watch that walk in with you, and they post up right at the doors to watch. And slowly, as all of you are sitting and you get your food and you begin to eat, a lot of the other patrons, they begin to sort of file out slowly. I will say that Edwin, this would be something that, would potentially be covered by the party expenses, but meals for the three of you would be 3 silver.
3 silver.
3 silver, yeah.
All right.
I guess go ahead and mark off 5 because you'll bring something back to.
Now they can starve.
No, see, this is what I was going to ask. Like, is it the inn the only option, or does, like, the estate also have, like, its own, like, cook, chefs, whatever?
It has a cook.
But
Joe. He is currently let me see, what time is it? Okay, so actually it is, let's see, next day.
How much
So
is
it's
one
currently-
gold? 10 silver?
Yep.
Shit.
It is Sunday currently. It's the 8th, actually. He is not working today.
Bruh. See, I love the thought that Xanthe was just like, no, I'm not going to an inn for food. That's peasant shit. Like, it was just like, they're going to have a cook here. It's going to be so good. And it realizes there isn't. And it's kind of like, not going to say.
I just this is totally random, but the the treasure thing I made doesn't take into account any other type of currency other than gold. So
Womp womp.
Gotta reprogram the app.
yeah, I gotta.
You just do like points,
Uh,
Like have it, so it's like 10 point.
You buy food for the guards too. It's 10. It's 1 gold.
Dude, you're amazing. I'll figure out how to do
There you
that.
go.
We're too rich to deal with silvers.
We don't deal in silver. That's for the tip.
You can keep it as a tip, yeah.
All right, we have 1,999 gold, guys.
Nice. Nice.
Sweet.
All right.
I mean, I don't know if anyone's got any plans, but as we walk in, were we given the description of the dad?
Yeah, he's always at the bar.
Okay.
Were we given his actual description though?
A human man, older.
So, just look for Edwin, the bar.
The resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah, as we're walking in, and kind of as Edwin moves towards to take care of buying food and drink jazz, Kaylin is going to druidcraft a lily in her hand, and she's gonna try to find the dad.
It's really easy, Kaylin. No perception or investigation check. There is one man at the very corner of the bar who is just sort of like hunched over, and he has a drink that he's just holding in his hand. And every once in a while, he kind of brings it up to his mouth and like tilts his head back a little bit just to like get a sip and sets it back down. It's pretty easy to see where he is.
Yeah. Kaylin's going to walk next to him, and without sitting down, she's just gonna place the flower in front of him and put a gentle hand on his shoulder, and she's gonna say, "The great serpent weeps for you, but its tears nourishes the ground for new growth. Please accept my condolences on behalf of the throne. And if there's anything that we can do, don't hesitate to ask."
See, he looks up.
Thank you.
And he sort of reaches up and kind of like misses it on the first go, and then grabs the flower on the second go, and will kind of hold it and set it down in the bar next to him, and go back and.
She won't linger for too long. She'll just give him another gentle touch and go back to her siblings.
That was nice of you, Kaylin.
Oh man.
Thank you. Sometimes all it takes is a nice smile, a gentle touch to know that others are listening and they care.
I won't lie, I didn't expect that from you.
Why is that?
Hard to say.
Well, it's hard to watch someone who is in so much grief bury themselves in drink until they are hardly recognizable anymore. It's sad. And again, maybe just a kind word was all it took to make his day. Even if we can't get any information out of him, it's the least anyone could offer.
I think it's a very regal thing to do.
Kaylin looks at you, and she smiles. Thank you. I think so too. But it's also just a kind thing to do, regal or not. And not all by dear brother. Looking at Edwin.
He's smiling big.
Well, don't expect a flower from me anytime soon, though.
I do expect one eventually.
You'll be waiting quite a long time.
And I will wait.
Oh, I know it.
If you know one thing about me, I'm very patient.
Oh,
It's
I
all of
know
the
it.
wisdom, all of the years.
Mhm. Starts tapping her rings on the table again.
This was really good food.
You seem uncomfortable, Via.
What do you mean?
Are you okay?
I am done with food.
Looks down at the plate that's probably not fully
Not-
eaten.
Yeah.
Joe, does it seem like anybody is looking at us or Sad
Yes.
Dad?
Actually, there
Probably
are
everybody.
a few people that are still left in the tavern that are looking at all of you and trying not to, but not doing a very good job. There is one individual that has been kind of like sitting off to the side. They've been sort of scoping out the tavern. And Kaylin, you actually see them start to approach your table. This is a man who seems to not, he's not from around here. That much you are very, very confident on. In fact, you're pretty confident that he's not even from Adaria. You see he wears very, very, very fine silks, almost like this, like a combination of like, I don't want to say toga, but it's this very loose fitting sort of like single shoulder shirt, as well as these more like tighter fitting pants and some sashes, like very, very finely dressed. And you can see that his hair is dyed in different places, this bright yellow and dark blue. It seems as though he sort of maybe came down from his room as all of you had arrived. Seeing all of you here, he approaches. And he sees you look, Kalen, and he'll stop and he'll say,
Excuse me, might I approach?
You may. Please have a seat. Join us.
You do me a great kindness, my lady. If the rest of the table is accommodating, I would be more than happy to. I do not want to interrupt.
Please sit.
Yeah. Plenty of space.
Well, my young lady, looking to you, Via. You wear your hair in the style of my homeland.
You're from
Alicia, yes.
out east.
mm-hmm. And he'll take a seat and he'll kind of like cross his leg, like one knee over the other, and sort of steeple his hands and look to all of you and smile and say,
My name is Lysandros Valanthis. It is a great pleasure to meet all of you. I do not see very many nobility here in Rosemont. What brings you to such a small town?
Where'd this guy say he's from?
Alicia, way, way, way out east.
Where Via's mom is from.
Do we have rivalry with them? Common knowledge? Is that a thing, or is it just like they're just over there and?
I don't think rivalry, right?
No, there's an alliance as the sort of not princess, but what is a princess for Alicia was married and still is married to your father. So there's knowledge of Alicia. It is a fairly renowned nation.
Well, we're here on official business, but we thought it was also our duty to explore and meet the people. We don't travel much, so it's a good opportunity to get to know those who reside in our kingdom.
He leans forward.
Your kingdom. I do you a great disservice. I apologize. I did not realize that not only was I in the presence of nobility, but these, then. The heirs?
The hand.
And
Of the king?
of the king.
Yes.
Joe, is there a way for Octavia to kind of like translate what we're saying to him in terms for Alicia? Is he just not familiar with like the term the hand because of the Elysian government?
Yeah, this is something that is entirely unique to Adaria. There are like aids to the I believe, let me see here. Boop, 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 boop. I want to make sure I get it right
Did that
here.
Praetor?
Yeah, exactly. Take your
Really
inspiration,
important.
Gemma. So they would be the tribunes to the praetor.
Okay, yeah, so she'll say, like the tribunes to the praetor out in Alicia. Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. And to have the children be the tribunes, that is, well, very interesting. Huh. Well, it is a great honor, princes and princesses. That is the term you use for that in your lands, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you can call me Lady Kaylin. That works just as well.
It is my dream to accommodate to any of your desires, Lady Kaylin. I am quite surprised to see such nobility here.
And you said your name was Lysandros.
Correct, Lysandros.
Lysandros. What brings you here?
The petals, the flowers, they are great for the dyeing of silks. I am a silk merchant myself, and nowhere else have I found in this great world to create such vibrant, beautiful colors than here in this humble village. I make a sort of pilgrimage once a year to collect all the petals I need. However, the farms that I typically get my greens and yellows from has sadly burnt down. So I've been trying to pick up the pieces for what I can salvage.
Well, we are very, very gracious that you would be able to use the bounty of Adaria for your fine silks. We do apologize for the inconvenience.
It is no inconvenience. We accommodate, we adapt. It is what we from Elysia do. Whenever problems arise, we take a breath and we discover a new solution.
Do you prefer your time in Adaria or Elysia?
I fear, my lady, and I mean no offense by this. It is Elysia.
Oh, no.
And
I
it is...
meant it genuinely. I want to know. I've never gotten to visit, so I just would love to hear about it more.
It is a beautiful land. A land that truthfully is respected by the inhabitants that live there. Loved, truthfully, like a mother, almost. Everything we do is to protect the land, to care for it, to ensure that it lives and breathes as peacefully as we do. Adaria is far from that. Far, far, far from that.
If someone were to visit Elysia, what time of year would be the best in your opinion?
I would recommend the midsummer. The rivers, they turn this crystalline blue where it seems like rivers of sapphires run through the land. The water tastes so clean and crisp. It is divine.
Maybe if I have time, I'll be able to visit soon.
I think you would be most welcome. The wind.
I hope so.
It has a special attunement to you, it seems.
We tend to be friends.
Very good, my princess. And my prince and my lady, I have bothered you long enough.
Wait, Joe, did you see my message?
Oh, shit, no. Sorry.
I just asked if Kalen can determine if he's trying to get more out of this conversation or is he just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Nope.
Let's see what happens.
Thank you. I'm also suspicious, but Via's not, unfortunately.
16? It seems like there's something a little more that he's after right now, but he's enjoying the company.
Okay. What do I do with that information? I don't know. Via seems like it's like I don't know. She needed that conversation, so Kaylin's gonna not say anything. John, were you saying something?
Yeah, Edwin's going to say, so you did say that you unfortunately are having to adapt. May I ask how? What is your next step?
Well, from what information I have gathered here, within various stores House Thornfield. Specifically, I believe the city is Highfield. There is a collection of herbs and flowers and seeds preserved from the various areas of Adaria. I hope to find the seeds and flowers that I need so they can be grown and I can receive the petals to make the dyes I need to create the silks that I am very exquisitely known for, which, if you are ever in the market for finer silks, for truly divine, as close as you can get to it on the material, I would be more than happy to assist with that.
Would we be royalty if we were not interested?
It is not for me to say.
Well, once you have the petals, we would be more than happy to look over your finer silks. Potentially purchase what do you think we would enjoy?
Well, delightful. I am very flattered at the invitation. As soon as I have everything prepared, I will return to... what city within Adaria would be best?
Crown's Rest.
Crown's Rest? Ah, the capital, yes. Very good. Well, I will return there when I have my goods prepared, and I look forward to seeing all of you again there.
How long should it be?
Well, hopefully not too long. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month at most.
We will send word.
Wonderful. Well, it has been a great honor and a great pleasure exchanging these words with all of you, but I will allow you to get back to whatever has brought you to the city of Rosemont and of the king. Very
Thank you.
good. Is it the custom to bow to the princes and princesses?
It is, but you don't. It's okay.
Oh, no, please. I would not like to affront on the customs of your land. Same as if you came to Elysia. I would wish you to respect those customs as well. And he will give a very low bow and come back up, Holden very composed, almost ballet-like, and will turn and leave.
As soon as he's gone, he just looks to both Via and Kaylin and just rolls his eyes.
What?
He was trying to get more information on what we were saying.
Oh, absolutely.
About what?
Who knows?
Anything. Everything. Anything he can get out of us.
Well, maybe he was just curious. I would be. In a new land.
There is, yes, curiosity, and then there's also
Right.
gossip.
Do you think he's gonna say bad things about us to other people?
Not at all.
No, I don't think we told him anything that he could hold against us or use in any way to spread false rumors either. So
I think we just keep an eye out is all.
I am interested in the silks, though. It does sound like they are very well.
Yeah, Elysia tends to, from what I hear, very magical and.
You've never been?
Mm-mm.
You've always wanted to go.
Well, it's where my mom is, so. I'll go one day.
You've never visited? Just wants to see her?
School's kind of made it kind of hard. But I don't have school anymore, so maybe, once we figure out this whole air thing, I can go. So.
I think that would be lovely. If we could accompany you, I would love to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be. Mm-hmm.
Well, are you gonna eat that?
No, I'm full. Here, you have it. She pushes the plate over.
Thank you.
Aelin is going to like raise an eyebrow and look at Via, but not gonna say anything.
This is just an episode of me being sus as fuck, isn't it?
Yep, sure is.
All right.
Episode 2, baby.
So, with that, you finish your meal, and you bring a couple of meals back with you to the manor as you return. And let me go ahead and now that all of you are reunited, hide. Delightful. And boop. There you go. United
I
once
just
more.
would like to add, whilst they were away, especially considering we're talking about potentially arresting at least some, potentially, hopefully a lot of the bandits out of there, Xanthe just wants to kind of suss out what kind of, like, holdings, this city has in terms of, like, where we'd be able to secure them.
Yeah.
Need no RP, just to make sure that's dealt with, you know?
There are enough holdings to accommodate up to 20 people here. The sheriff of this town is able to verify that all of the cells are currently empty and they have enough manacles and rooms for 20 people. I mean, 30 if you're putting 3 to a cell, but that he's not exactly
That's okay.
keen on that.
We can shove them in like sardines. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think if we tried really hard, we could get 4 in a cell.
I was thinking more like 5, but
I mean, if they're dead, we don't gotta worry about it. Is all I'm saying.
Via is not enjoying the conversation.
That's why you're not here for this. We
That's
waited until
very
you
fair.
left.
Yeah.
Okay. Xanthe and Merrick, you do end up sending out the letters, though. There are messengers within town that take those out to their respective holds, addressed to the Lord and Lady of House Rivermore and Milaneth, addressing them to, hold until the situation is sorted. So hopefully they can avoid any more bloodshed or conflict in the time that you're here.
I also did have another thought about that. Sorry. Did we want to try and get like a rep from each of those houses to come meet us rather than have to go to them?
That'd be great.
You know what?
Very
That's
smart.
a great idea. We're the royalty. They should come to us.
Yeah.
Good idea,
Just a
Gemma.
request.
Okay, yeah.
Have that in the letter, you know.
A request. Yes. I like
Yeah,
what you're saying.
exactly.
Don't make it turn into an order.
They also bought gifts for them, and so like she'd be really upset if that was for nothing, man.
You mean you get to keep them?
True.
Okay. Very good. Sounds good. All right, it's in the letter. It's sent out. It should get there hopefully by tomorrow morning at the very latest.
Sick.
Perfect.
All right. So as those letters are sent out, Merrick, you can see that Xanthe and Kaylin just haven't gotten back maybe 20 minutes ago. They're both free.
Yeah, I think he would just take them aside, or just like make sure Edwin and V are busy doing something. He very much wants this to be a private conversation.
Ooh, actually, the way that you can get Edwin and Via away, Edwin is going to suggest that him and Via should go on a picnic like they normally do when he comes back, and they haven't done that yet. So they can just.
Didn't you just eat?
Ate.
It doesn't. Picnics don't have to be you
for
eat.
vibes.
Yeah,
There
they're
you go.
vibes. We'll be drinking wine and shit. All right.
Yeah.
Little cheese
But that's
board.
we could just say that's where they are.
Via can drink
Picnic.
wine, but she can't curse.
I mean, she
Yeah.
can. She's of age. She just chooses not to.
Okay. I see. Yeah, have fun. But yeah, as it's just the 3 of them, and we're just kind of like waiting on things, Merrick's gonna glance over to Kaylin. Do you have an interest in the throne, Kaylin?
Of course I do.
Fair enough. Well, since the three of us are here, we might as well talk about it, I suppose.
I assume
You-
you do.
I'll do my best. So, whoever gets named, I can at least say I put up a good fight.
Alright.
My only request of you two, I would just ask that none of us pull Via and Edwin into this more than they need to be.
I must admit, I'm sorry. What exactly do you think this is, though?
We all know what this is. It's a test.
Alright, well, I'm gonna ask you a question then, Eric. Why do you want the throne?
Not fighting for it's not an option for me.
That's not an answer.
It's the truth.
Because of your mother, isn't it? She making you?
Once she hears about Father's plan, she certainly
And
will,
you can
yes.
refuse her for once in your life, I'm sure.
Like I said, Father's not going to put me on the throne. Putting me on the throne is as good as putting her on it. He'll never allow that.
Well, you're still putting yourself forward. There's still a possibility that could happen. So I ask
You
you.
can always abdicate.
So I ask you. Why? If not for her, what do you want to do?
I would like to be left alone.
Right. Xanthe, it's no secret.
It's no secret that that throne is mine by birthright. It's no secret that I have made sure that I am able to uphold it.
Right.
It's no secret that whatever it is that Father is planning, it is. I don't know what it is. But if this kingdom is to maintain any sense of stability, if it is going to maintain any sense of peace, it cannot have constant debate over who will lead it. I do not know why Father has initiated any of this, nor why the Council has agreed to it. I worry that it is more the Council's decision than it is our Father's. That if any of you care for this kingdom in the slightest, you would do what is right.
What, and just hand it over to you?
It's not a matter of being handed, Kaylin. It is something inherited.
You want to know why I want the throne, Xanthe?
No, I don't care, but I'm sure you'll kill me anyways.
Oh, I absolutely will. Because I actually want to make a difference. Because I actually see the people on the streets, Xanthe. Do you even know what's going on in the Undercity? Do you know what's going on outside of your pretty walls that you surround yourself with every day? Did you know the only reason why we have a kingdom is because my people, the Zarakai people, sacrificed themselves to join everything else that was going on around without any thanks except an exile from the kingdom? You wanna know why I want the throne? Because I want to make a difference. And all those people who go without, who look to us, someone needs to see them, Xanthe, not look down on them.
And you don't think that the thing that I would like most is for those people to have a chance to look at anything at all? Like I said, we continue this debate, we continue this infighting, this tossing up, this question, this debate over who is meant to be there. It will be the people that will die for it. It is our responsibility as nobles, as royalty, to ensure that that doesn't happen. There is instability with us, the people get nervous, the people riot. That is what happens. If we are unified, if we are strong and certain in our decisions, then that is when things get done. That is when the city, when the whole kingdom will prosper. I do not wish to see any one of those people suffer. But I cannot help every single one of them. And don't forget, I had worked years with the Guard, ensuring that their lives are less miserable than they are. You can think whatever you wish to of me, but do not forget that fact.
I am here because Talon asked me to be. And if he thinks that this is how our kingdom is going to be successful, I'm going to do everything I can to work together to solve these issues, to make these decisions together, help these people, play the game, take this test. But I will not bend or bow just because you told me to. I will work together. But I'm not going to just give up what is also mine.
You're a bastard, Kaelin. It is hardly yours.
I've been here for longer than you know. It is just as mine as it is yours. But again, she puts her hands up. I will play fair. And I'll play the game. And I will look after each and every one of you. Because yes, even you, Xanthe, I do care for you. But I said what I said. Is this what you wanted to hear, Merrick?
No. My concerns are just confirmed.
I'll say this. I will never turn against my family. Ever. I won't. Because I know what it's like to lose all of my family. But I will not just give up.
You definitely tell, like, from what you were, like, last saying, Xanthe's tail was, like, giving, like, a notable, like, annoyed, like, little twitch, and I imagine they're, like, sitting somewhere, you know, whatever, but she will get up from over there. I believe this is an awfully unpleasant conversation, and we have more important things to focus on. So I suggest we each focus on it. And then she'll just take her leave.
Xanthe, you walk out, leaving Kaylin and Merrick.
There's your queen. And Kaylin's gonna scoop up Samson. And she's gonna walk out.
Leaving you, Merrick, alone.
Before she leaves, sorry. Don't manipulate them, Kaylin.
He turns and looks at you. And she's like grinding her teeth. And she looks so incredibly hurt. Why? 'Cause I'm a witch?
No. Because when you manipulated me, it felt awful.
Yeah. I'm sure it did. And
Sorry, you cut out right at the end there. What?
she's going to leave.
Okay.
Kaylin leaves the sort of central foyer where all of you were having this conversation at the Goodbrook estate. Xanthe and Kaylin heading off in the two opposite directions, leaving you, Merrick, there alone. Not feeling any better than what you did when you started this conversation. And from there, we are going to do just a small cut back outside within the wooded area right outside of the Goodbrook estate to a small flannel blanket, as well as a view of the rivers that sort of cut through Rosemont. As Edwin and Via.
This
What are you
wine
up
is
to?
delicious.
Oh, it's so good. I think they made it with. What kind of berry is this?
I feel like I taste cherry.
Cherry and elderberry. Yeah.
I'm getting a hint of that, yes.
Obviously with the grapes, of course.
Of course. How do you
Yeah.
make wine without grapes?
You're right. Absolutely.
What do you think they're talking about?
Ah.
Yeah, never mind. I shouldn't have asked the question.
So you definitely don't want the throne?
No. I mean, at a certain point, I did. I would-
Really?
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, I was unfortunately born before our father took the crown. So, in turn, does make me hate the word bastard. But growing up, everyone looked to me. I was the firstborn. I am the firstborn. And before Xanthe, everyone just thought I would take the crown. Xanthe was born, and, well, that has been out of my mind for a very long time. There was years there where I struggled. It's part of the reason I joined the Church of the Unbroken and started the missions. Find another reason. But, what am I, 45 now? Say that left my mind around my mid-20s.
Right. I just was thinking about a few things from the other night and what Merrick said to, kind of keep him in check or them grounded. I don't know. The three of them that are duking it out. Because, I feel like, our claims are interesting, right? You're the firstborn. My mom's still queen, so, we have, if we, really want to, we could try. But, I was crying constantly for the past 24 hours, so I don't feel good about, doing any of that. You
Just
actually have great diplomatic abilities, though. Blowing my mind. You're doing great.
Yeah.
I just think maybe how do we help keep them from killing each other? Kind of like what
That-
Eric said.
Via, that is a question I've pondered even in the tundra of the Nornathi. And I have not figured that out.
I have an idea.
I would love to hear it.
I think. Okay, hear me out.
I'm listening.
We don't let everybody know that we don't want the throne.
About that.
Yeah.
I've been asked already, and I've already said no. I don't want the throne.
Well, they don't need to know. We changed our mind. I said that too. We'll just say, hey, maybe we want the throne too. So then they think everybody wants it, when in reality, we don't. And it helps keep them in check, So instead of it being like a small infighting group, you and me, we have our little pact. We know that we don't want it, but they don't that anymore.
I love this plan. A few things. Keynotes.
Mm-hmm.
If we lie to them that we do want the throne, do you not think that they would then... the infighting would get even worse?
No, because we don't actually care. So whatever mean words they say to us, it doesn't matter because we don't actually care.
But
So they can. Well, no,
that's-
it's spreading out the heat, right? So instead of just, Xanthe and Kaylin fighting each other, it's oh, now, Kaylin has energy to put towards us too. So it's they get exhausted.
Oh, now I'm seeing, and it starts to refill your wine.
Yeah,
Refills it.
see? And I also think it might help, so whoever ends up being heir, right? We want them to be the best choice, right? So it'll give them more drive to be the best, right? So you have wonderful qualities that they need to live up to as well, because now you're fighting for it. So all that peace talk you were doing, now you're an actual threat to anyone who wasn't doing that. So I don't know what I have yet, but
Well, for one, you're very intelligent. You're probably the smartest out of all of us. So don't sell yourself short.
Xanthe's read a lot too, but
She's read a lot of history.
it's true.
Xanthe does not have a lot of real-world experience.
Me either.
But you are young. Gur. Not saying Xanthe's old.
Right.
You have a lot of qualities that none of us do. You're eager to learn. You're younger than all of us. You're a growing mind. You can listen to people. You don't have certain ways set in stone that you have grown up and can never get rid of them. You're smart. You know people, and I think you would be a great choice for the throne.
I think you would be.
And
And it's okay that we don't want it and, can see that in each other. But I do think that if the other three want it so badly, we should encourage and push them and let them know that, hey, yeah, we are viable too, And, let's just tell them. Because then, oh my gosh, it's going to drive them crazy.
it would, and
They'll be...
nothing gives me more joy than watching Xanthe and Kaylin just, their eyes twitch. Both of them don't notice it, but both of their eyes twitch when they get very annoyed. Kaylin grinds her teeth sometimes, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Xanthe, she's got that tail swish. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, swishes, yes, it's...
So I think, we should just later today be like, hey guys, we're back in. we're gonna try and do it. And yeah.
I would say this is another quality that you have, is your optimism.
You have that too.
I have some of it, yes. I will counterpoint to your point. Even if I wanted the throne, I have no claim. By law, I have no claim to the throne. So even if I say I want the throne, Xanthe will laugh, Kaylin will scoff, Merrick will be confused because laws.
Edwin, you know our history. You know Adaria isn't that traditional when it comes to succession.
And why is the tradition of succession so important?
Well, I think people are scared. I want to know things, so I look for answers, and sometimes I get just more questions. So people are probably scared right now, and they just want to know who to look forward to next. And it seems like each one of us has a very different way already. I can imagine the people are looking at each one of us and thinking about what kind of future they might have depending on which one of us gets it. And
I agree.
it can be possibly anyway. I think we should try, but not try, just try enough so that our siblings become their best selves.
I will do this. I think it would be fun at the very least.
It will be. It's just you and me. It's like a little secret. It's gonna be so great.
It's going to be wonderful. I can already see all of their faces in my mind when we say this.
Oh yeah. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
To being back in the race.
I missed these, by the way.
Me too. I'm so glad you're going to be home more often. Well, not home more often. I'm so glad we're going to be around each other more often. Sorry, the wine's hitting me real hard. Anyway.
I won't pour another.
You could.
You're still young.
You could.
2 is enough.
All right. So as the two of you continue your small picnic, eventually it wraps up and you head back inside. And after some time apart, Kaylin and Xanthe, you reconvene in that central foyer with the rest of your siblings, as well as a returning Brendan Goodbrook, the mayor. As he enters, a smile on his face, and he says, "Very glad all of you are here. I have some news for all of you. However, I don't know if it's quite as there are about 150 people who live here in the village of Rosemont. Most of those individuals are elderly, and there are some younger ones, and there's some middle-aged folks in between. Very few have any type of fighting experience at all. And when I went to go speak with the sheriff about the matter and did some investigating on my own, I found 6 individuals who have some type of gambeson or leather plating, as well as know how to use a sword and a shield. But swords are a little well-worn. Gambeson has some holes in it. But they're willing, should you deem it necessary, to take them with you. So there are 6 individuals in Rosemont, plus your 10.
That is good news. Was there any information about how many individuals are held up in the keep?
Yes, I did investigate that as well. Between what the sheriff has told me, as well as some traveling merchants, the guess is anywhere between 15 to 30.
Right. Well,
These are also bandits, though. It does not necessarily imply that they all have, well, good, if not competent, fighting skills. A lot of these
Correct.
sort of organizations tend to work with intimidation, rather to, well, strong face, intimidate whoever they are trying to get goods out of, rather than fight them.
and we have the Adarian Guard with us and the name of the king behind us, so I'd put the odds in our favor.
I'd say so. The Adarian Watch, as I've heard, they're quite a indomitable fighting force. Should you like, I can gather those 6 individuals and bring them here.
I think we should leave the people alone. And we handle this on our own. I think the citizens of Rosemont have been through enough with the fires.
They are still fighting people. The more that we have, the greater the chances we have in not need to fight at all.
6
getting them
extra
to surrender
people aren't going to do
themselves.
anything, Xanthe.
It will with these numbers.
Did you say they were voluntary? Right?
They are.
And they want to do this, and they volunteered to do so.
They are willing to do so to protect Rosemont.
Which
Well,
currently is not under siege at the moment. Maybe we should talk to these individuals, or at least Xanthe, you can look them over and see if they are actually worth bringing. I'm inclined to agree with Via, but also inclined to agree with Xanthe as well. I think that should they voluntarily want to and are able-bodied to fight, and their swords are not dull enough that they could not cut a weed, we should not bring them.
I think we need a different approach with the bandits. I don't
What do
think
you
we can.
suggest?
Well, I just don't think we can brute force it. I don't know if I have a better suggestion, but they're not gonna just turn over and say, "Okay, arrest me. Thank you for finally coming to get me. My sentence will be smaller." Like, we need to think a little differently.
It's a matter of changing what they want, Leah. They won't hand themselves over willingly, no, but they may prefer to be sentenced than to have to fight. To risk.
Not if we only
getting
have
injured.
16 people. We don't have an army.
It's going to be something we have to play by ear, that's for sure, but this is definitely the best way to approach it. I think even if the 6 people from this town are less than competent, it's still good to have them with us. Should any fighting break out, we can always order them to scatter. Find
What if-
protection for themselves.
What if I sent, Fiddle? Fiddle can take a lot of different shapes as my familiar. What if I sent Fiddle around just to go see what's going on with the bandits, and we can put this plan as a maybe and see how many bandits we're working with and what they're capable of before we just walk up with 16 people and say, "Hey, get out of there."
Fiddle can scout.
Mm-hmm. I can look through Fiddle's eyes.
Oh,
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
that's not a bad
Good one
idea
at
at all.
least. Figure out where their defenses are, where we could potentially infiltrate them for better results. But
We just have to be in
even if
100 feet of Fiddle.
Could we also, to go along with Fiddle and to perhaps get somewhere Fiddle can't, we ask the captain to go with, perhaps send him as a scout, her as a scout?
I don't like the idea of sending a single person in there. I know that the captain is, well, definitely decorated in what she's achieved, but sending in a familiar would be, well, the kinder choice.
Because Fiddle can't be harmed technically. Like, if something happens to Fiddle, I can always resummon him. He just goes to the
How
Fiddle
close do you need to be to Fiddle?
in 100 feet to see through his eye.
Well, that looks like what we're doing.
We could go tonight.
I think we should.
So we can be ready by the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's great, Via.
I would suggest that we find dark clothing.
Caleb looks at what she's wearing.
Mia takes off her bright yellow jacket.
Xanthe just physically recoils.
Xanthe wears blackface.
Damn.
Xanthe is just light.
Edwin is wearing basically plate armor.
Perhaps he
Not
should
plate armor,
buy
he doesn't know that.
something.
So
That's expensive.
Brendan has been looking back and forth as you guys have been having this conversation. And we'll say, obviously, that the hand of the king can act as they see fit. Do you plan to inform the captain about any of this?
Of course. We're not going to just act without them.
Very
Although
good.
it would be fun.
But
We're not here for fun.
A little.
we will
Then-
inform her.
Very good. Well, hopefully that has been of some help. I'll still inquire with those 6 to see how strongly they feel, and see if the sheriff can maybe get them some better armaments, and maybe the smithy here can do a little bit to improve their weapons. Should it come to that?
Is the sheriff counted among these 6?
No, the sheriff would remain here just in case any problems were to arise within the village. But unless you'd think differently would be better, that would bring us up to 7.
No, he should
I
stay.
believe that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have them along.
But he helps keep order in the city. He's the only one.
But these bandits pose the biggest threat to the city at the moment. We
I
have
think
at
we need
least
to
a little bit of
send-
time before there would be any infighting between the 2 groups, each loyal to their respective houses.
I think we need
And
to
a
send
sheriff
Fiddler.
alone, as a person, isn't going to be the one to change that.
I
But
think
he
we need to
is-
send Fiddle as a scout before we make any decisions. We don't know what we're up against. We keep playing these games of what if, well, maybe, who knows. Let's find out. Yeah, great idea. Let's send Fiddle. Let's scout ahead and make a plan based off of what we know, not what we don't.
We do have to wait till night.
Great.
How long does it take to get to this keep again?
But a half day.
We should head out.
Let's go. Decision made.
And I have news.
Go on.
Edwin looks at Via just like wide eyes.
Edwin and I were talking, and we want to see if we want to try and beat the heirs too.
No.
Well, oops.
Mayor, would you mind giving us the room?
Of course, my princess. Farewell. Bow and turns and
Edwin goes, "Thank you, Mayor." Before he leaves fully, he goes, "By the way, if you hear yelling on the other side of this door, we're fine. Thank you."
Of course, my prince. And the tiny halfling legs move so quickly. The room is yours.
Yes, Xanthe.
Don't know what has gotten into everyone. But none of this is helping. Octavia, I do not know what has gotten into you. I know that you are prone to certain whims. But I do not think that any of this should be some invitation for everyone to start throwing their hat in as if this is some kind of ring that they can enter. Edwin, you are a bastard. Marek, love you dearly, but you know that would be your mother's throne and not yours. Halen, you shouldn't even be born. And Via, you are young. You have a lot to know. And I'm sure
Hold
you'll be a
on,
powerful
Xanthe.
person one day.
Xanthe, hold on. You're not going to speak to Kaylin in that way. She's still your sister.
She's not. I don't know who she is.
And let this be clear. Father put all of us in that room. All of us. Not the ones who might be entitled to the throne. He put the bastards and the youngest in that room and told all of us that the one that he chooses will hold the crown. This is not up for debate. This is what Father's decision is. And he put Via and I on that table with all of you. So our hats are in the race. And this is not supposed to be a race. We're supposed to be helping each other and figuring all this out. Yes, I might be a bastard, Xanthe, but you know how much I hate that word. Like it or not, This is Father's decision, and he can choose any of us, regardless of state.
I do not wish for this family to be torn apart.
Then don't
I do
tear
not
it
know
apart. Stop
I don't know
acting
why
like
Father
this.
has made this decision.
We don't either, Xanthe. That's what I'm trying to say. All of us don't know why he's doing this. But we have to play along with the game. You know that better than all of us. It's a
This is
game.
a game.
It
It's a
is.
kingdom.
It's a political game to see who sits upon the throne. That's how these things work.
It's always been clear. It's
Yes,
a
that
reason
you are on
why.
the throne. Yes, I understand.
It's the reason why any of us is born. Father needed an heir. And so I was born. The council wished for spares, and so Marek and Via. This is not meant to be an attack upon anyone. It is the truth. It is the way the world is.
Xanthe, I really would like you to stop minimizing our births. Because if we're going to do tit for tat, I'm the only one that is the child of both the king and queen. So, I'm excited to learn from you all. I don't know who the heir will be, but I think we all have a lot to learn from each other.
I agree.
I don't even know why we're having this conversation. She doesn't listen to anyone but herself. We should focus on what is in front of us, is helping these people. That's what we came here to do, right?
Yes, it is, Kaylin. And
Great.
we should all remember that no matter what, by blood, we are all related. We are all of the same kin.
Oh, no. I want nothing to do with her. But I will help all of us solve this problem. But that's what we're here to do, so let's focus on that. Via, you had a very wonderful idea of sending Fiddle. Be about a half-day's ride, we should get going, so that way we can scout out the place and get the answers we've been looking for. What's happening right now is not... Oh, it's not doing anything but digging some graves for the relationships we all thought we had. Maybe we never thought we had, but... I think a lot of truth was just said in this room, and I don't know about you all, but I don't want to be in here anymore. I want to do what Talon has tasked us to do. That's
I
it.
agree. We should all get dressed. Everyone should bathe first because we all smell horrible. Sorry. And we should get ready to go. We need to leave. We have a half-day's ride. Thank you, Via, for offering up Fiddle to help. We will table this discussion for a much, much, much later date that hopefully does not come. Let's get ready.
Like I
Let's-
said, I love you all. A lot.
We love you too, Via. Let's go.
Kaylin walks out.
Okay. So, one by one, all of you head out. So, as all of you re-enter the village of Rosemont, you can see Mayor Goodbrook is speaking with the Captain Vela, and you can see that she has this sort of furrowed brow as she looks to all of you exiting and says, excuse me, my princes, my princesses, if I may have just a moment of your time.
the mayor here told me something that I just wanted a little bit of clarification on, if that would be all right.
Yes.
There was apparently some talk within the manor of all of you departing into the woods to head towards Serwyn Keep to use the familiar. Your familiar, Octavia, princess?
Yes, fiddle.
Fiddle. But Mayor Goodbrook said that there was a limitation that you had brought up, some approximation of distance you needed to be?
Yeah, 100 feet.
These were all information we were going to talk to you about. Unfortunately, it seems that you have heard it from someone else's mouth.
She looks behind her. Mayor Goodbrook is gone. Is vanished.
A wise man.
Yeah.
A wise man.
We had wanted to.
Fiddle.
Hey, look, the floor.
Hey, oh my god.
Oh, hey.
Summoned.
We were actually going to go find you.
Very well. If that is the plan that you deem is best, then I must insist on sending the retinue with you, at least half of it. Bandits who tend to do this, as it's something that I have had much experience with in my time inside and outside of the capital, they frequently send out patrols during the evening. They don't just stay holed up in the keep their entire time. The last thing I would want for all of you is to get that close to that keep with, from what I've heard from some of these villagers, they say 50 bandits holed up in there. Now, commoners have a tendency to exaggerate, so I'd probably say it's closer to 20 or 30, but still, a party of 5 stumbling upon all of you? After what happened in the woods earlier, it would be a disservice to the crown, to your father, and to your uncle, should there not at least be some guards sent with you.
And I think that's a great idea. I think whoever you have that is skilled at stealth, but also most skilled with a sword would be great to send. Your best with us.
Thank you, Princess.
Always fine.
My lady, my apologies.
It's alright.
There are 3 who are especially talented in that. I would recommend those 3 and myself to accompany you.
Good. I am fully behind this plan. Via had a good idea to let Fiddle go in and see how many we're actually dealing with before we send all of us up there to confront them. Or maybe there's a...
Not just barge in, like my brother says. It's just to get an idea of the lay of the land and what we're dealing with before we make a decision. We want to be informed before we move forward.
Very good. Then I will retrieve those individuals, and we will be prepared to leave immediately. Thank you for your flexibility in your planning, my princes and princesses.
She'll bow. And she'll immediately move over very quickly to the guards that are there, gather them up, and they gather their supplies. And, I mean, within 5 minutes, they're ready. So,
were we able to find dark clothes? Kaylin, did you have any left over?
Let's raid Kaylin's wardrobe. Let's go.
Yeah, we all
Start
just go to
pulling
Kaylin's
stuff
and
out.
dress up time.
yeah. Yeah, you gather everything together. You're able to find some cloaks, like darker greens and blacks and dark grays, within the Goodbrook estate. You're able to find those, and you, Captain Vela would recommend that you ride a certain distance, probably the majority of the way, and then maybe 500 feet away from the keep, dismount, tie the horses off, and then travel the rest of the remaining 400 to the keep on foot. So that way you get there rather quickly and you have an escape in case you need one. So,
Yeah.
Sounds good.
gather the supplies, you gather your cloaks, you travel out with 4 of the Adarian watch with you, raising your total numbers to 9, or 11 if you count the 2 animal companions with you.
Yes, we do.
Absolutely, those are people too.
They got
Exactly.
claws.
Exactly.
Those have
Yeah, Fiddle
claws.
doesn't do any of that, but
Samson's got 2 little baby horns.
oh.
Right. So, you travel into the woods. Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be, you tie off the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see through the thicket, through the trees. You can see what looks to be some type of stone pathing or road that would lead to where that keep is. You're probably close to 100 feet away at this point to the keep. You can see Captain Vela. She looks to the 4 Adarian watch. They post up all in different directions, and they just begin like scanning. Like, these are not constructs. They are not robots, but they are mechanical right now. The rifles are out, the lever action, and they are just scanning methodically in every single direction as Vela is doing her best to watch every single direction in case one of the other 4 guards miss something. The 5 of you sit there, ready to execute your plan.
Okay. Yeah, Via will set Fiddle on the ground. I guess during the time of travel, she would have had Fiddle transform into a... What do we want? Like a raven or a rat? Because I guess there is a flying animal, but I feel like a rat can like scurry and get through things and be a little bit more inconspicuous.
Rat's the classic.
Yeah.
Ravens
Rat
can't.
bias.
In a keep, ravens can't really be stealthy. You're gonna see a bird flying around.
yeah.
A rat is you're kind of like, oh, rat, but whatever.
Rat, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
okay.
an abandoned
Of course
keep.
it's a
Of course
rat.
it's rats.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so she'll set set Fiddle on the ground. And then she can communicate telepathically, so she'll just kind of, I think, take Merrick's hand, and she'll say, I won't be able to see while I'm looking through Fiddle's eyes, so I'll just hold on to you, okay?
Can you hear me while you're looking through his eyes?
I don't think so.
No, I think all your senses go out.
Yeah, you can see... Wait. Additionally, as a
Are we
bonus
able to shake
action...
her out of her?
Additionally, as a bonus action, you can see through the familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn, gaining the benefits of any special senses it has. It doesn't, but it actually doesn't say that I can't. Maybe this is updated for D&D 1, 2020.
Maybe everyone's always been like.
Here, display, so no one. I'm not lying. I'm not seeing it.
Communicate telepathically. You can see through its eyes. Combat, experience the familiar. Alternatively, you can dismiss it. Okay, yeah. So then you can still.
Cool.
I guess seeing would be hard because then you'd have like double vision. You know.
We can just say. Also, I'm totally fine with being like she cannot see because that does feel weird.
Via can't see. Via can still hear though. She hears both things.
Be like
Alright, there.
like a muffled
Well, I
underwater
love that they actually
sound
gave you
when
some
we talk.
senses.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, she'll hold on to Merrick and yeah, she can hear you, and then she'll start to look through Fiddle's eyes as Fiddle starts to scurry away.
Okay. All right. So the small rat scurries away and begins to head towards Sherwin Keep. Eventually, after that, 80 feet, within 20 feet, the walls of the keep become very clear. Sherwin Keep is relatively small. It is not very large. I mean, it is like a defensive fortification, not necessarily a grand keep. So I will go ahead and move you to Sherwin Keep. as Fiddle begins to move, there are a couple of cracks that a rat can fit through, moves through one of the walls, and begins to look around. And there are other rats here, so Fiddle's able to fit in rather well, trying their best to avoid any of the spots, but there are quite a few bandits here that are posted up, watching the walls, watching over them. All of them have torches. They're very vigilant right now. There seems to be one spot where the wall is pretty much broken off, aside from maybe like a 10-foot cliff over here that could be scaled. And then there is also a doorway here that leads into a small room with a staircase that descends down into a deeper level of the keep.
Okay. Via will be relaying this information as she's saying it. Well, I guess would the mood be to, or do we just want a count of how many people are here on this level, or do we want Fiddle to try and go down that secret door, or not secret, but that lower level door?
I mean, I'd say the more info you can get, the better, because less surprises for us should fighting be a thing. And also, just if we can freak these guys out by knowing everything about their base that they've been defending, like, you know, it might take the wind out of their sails a little bit.
That's true. All right.
Surprise attacks?
Right, downward, Fiddle.
We fight them now.
Yeah. We don't parlay. Fuck it.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. No killing. No killing. No killing. Hold on.
Kill them all.
So Fiddle makes their way
Justice.
down into the keep interior. More bandits in smaller rooms. Seems to be a lot of these are holding cells for prisoners for the keep. In this main corner room back here, not only are there a couple of bandits, but there seems to be their leader that is here. Now their leader is a tiefling man, actually, of this sort of like deep blue tone of skin, older, grizzled face. And you can see they wear this sort of like fur mantle over their shoulders that has these arcane runes kind of inscribed into the fur. As you see this individual here, unsure of their name. It might say in the corner. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Dude, he's so cool.
He is pretty cool.
He's pretty sick.
Fuck us up too.
Nah, dude, he's just cool.
And as the rat kind of moves into the room, you can see in this room, on top of the sort of captain and the two bandits that are in here, there seems to be a collection of books and scrolls up along the back wall. And these aren't new books. These aren't new scrolls. There is real information here, real useful information here.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. Definitely gonna.
We gotta get in there.
On top of that, in the back corner of the room, well, actually, as you're exploring this bottom part, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay. Should I use the rat's perception or my perception?
Yes.
That wasn't a
Whichever's
yes or a no
higher, let's go.
question. I think you have to use the rats.
It's the rats, yeah. Because you said, do I use the rats? And that's when I said yes, but I guess it came through after you finished the question.
It came through later.
Yeah.
Rat,
So funny.
D&D, 5e.
It came through like very clearly after she asked the second part of the question.
Yes, to both.
Yes.
Come on, Via.
Perception for a rat.
Via, as you're looking around through his eyes, Kalen's going to ask if you see any like casks of wine or like barrels of ale while he's looking.
Did
Mhm.
I or
There were
is
some
that part of the
upstairs.
roll?
There were some upstairs and the top of the keep.
Okay. Come on. It's just a. Her perception's fine.
Nice.
15,
That's pretty
pretty good.
Right.
No modifiers. That's it.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that makes
Nice.
sense.
Solid reference.
Okay. So, looking around, like I said, there's that bookshelf up against the back. Tucked underneath one of the tables, you see a chest, a fairly large chest, kind of hidden away. It's currently locked, shut. And then on top of that, in this back corner of this main room right here, there seems to be some type of like the stone almost seems to be maybe breaking away a little bit more. Like this spot right here seems like the floor is more sunken in, like as if there's some type of like sinkhole almost.
Like a trap?
In rat form, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, right now it just looks like a sort of valley in the floor from your perspective.
Hey, y'all, we bury ourselves, we dig a tunnel, and we emerge through that area.
Okay. And last thing,
Minecraft style.
as you're making your way
shitty, y'all.
into this small room and just getting a look around, while there are other rats around, I'd like you to make a stealth check as the rat. Yeah.
I understand.
They've named all of their rats. You're not one of them.
Tagged them too.
Yep, suspicious.
That rat's a phony. A great
Why's that
big
rat got a
phony.
collar?
Oot.
Ooh.
Fiddle's
Guidance?
a pretty guidance on the rat. Fiddle's a pretty pretty looking rat, you know? He looks like Fiddle. He's got
He's
black
just straight up
fur with like
pink.
fluffy around the neck.
Oh my lord.
Via, why'd you make him sparkle?
He just looks like that, okay?
Rats
I
don't
can't help
sparkle.
it.
No
one
rat does that.
This one does.
So Via, as Fiddle is exploring the this larger room and is trying to investigate that sunken part of the floor to determine if it is something that is a trap or maybe something else. You see, as the conversation the captain is having with the two individuals in the room with them, he's saying,
All right. Now, you two, listen up, okay? I know things didn't exactly go as planned in Crown's Rest. We got away with what we did, okay? Things are going to work out just fine. This keep, this will be our base. None of the Greycoats can get us here, all right? We're far enough away. And who's this right here?
Via, he looks down towards the rat, towards Fiddle. What do? He makes eye contact with you, Via, through Fiddle.
Yeah, she's gonna break the connection, the eyesight connection at least, and then telepathically just tell Fiddle to leave when Fiddle can. So, and then Via will tell everybody, okay, he spotted Fiddle. Fiddle will probably die, and I'll summon him back in the morning. Let's go.
Yeah. You
Can't
hear
you magically
like
call him back, or am I misremembering the spell?
Should I recall him, or is that more suspicious?
Well, I mean,
You-
if they go to smash the rat and it turns into like a magical nothing, that's kind of giving it away anyway.
I
So
guess
at least
so.
this way you get to keep him.
I don't know.
Her?
Alternatively, you can dismiss it to him. Dismiss it forever. Well, that's not what I want.
No, hold on. As an action, you can temporarily dismiss a familiar to a pocket dimension. Right before
Okay.
that line you're reading.
I'd like to dismiss.
Okay.
Fiddle, please.
so
Pop it in that
they
pocket.
dissipate. As they're dissipating, you can see this hand of that captain raise and slap at the air with a sort of gauntleted hand, and there's this burst of energy towards Fiddle as Fiddle disappears before the spell can make contact. And just this last thing you hear as it's slowly fading out is,
Was looking for something. I think we have guests. Rather close.
Oh, we gotta go, guys. They know that someone's around. Let's leave now.
All right.
And with that, as all of you prepare to get up and run away, you hear off from one of the guards facing towards the keep.
I see torches. We need to go.
As there seems to be bandits in pursuit. And as all of you get up, ready to run back to the horses, you have about 400 feet of running before you get back to the horses and you can get back to safety. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. All right.
Woo. Just want to say this. It was still a good plan. Still a great plan.
Yeah,
We
I
learned
don't
a
think
lot.
we can parlay anymore.
No. We
Something
can't.
tells me that's off the table.
That wasn't our
When
rat.
we
You got no
start throwing
proof.
around the name of the king, fucking, they're gonna have to listen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nah,
everyone
man,
listens to royalty.
they're from the Undercity. Those guys are built different. They don't give
That's
a
true.
fuck about
Actually-
royalty.
Yeah, they don't. We need to just take him out. Yeah, there's no.
Everyone's gonna
killing.
die. The ones that surrender, they gotta die too.
Is what I was saying all along, baby.
So, you know,
No killing.
we have
Batman, stay out of this.
we have quite the thing to return to next week. So be sure to tune in next week for the Crimson Court. Very excited for session 3 as we have an escape and then we maybe have a siege. Starting it off a little cuckoo bananas for these first few combat encounters.
How are we
If-
only 2 sessions in?
I know, it's
What
crazy.
am
So
I?
much has happened. Be sure to make sure you follow on Twitch if you haven't already. If you feel as though we've earned it, please sub on Twitch. We're always happy to accept those. And very happy to be part of this. If you have not yet, please join the Discord server. We talk about the stuff, the campaigns over the week. We'll try and share things throughout the week about them. Thanks for watching. If you're watching this on YouTube, you should subscribe on YouTube. And you should join the membership also, if you feel as though we've earned it. So thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next week.